is, I think we're live on YouTube as well. Hello, everybody. Hope we're doing great. We are live once again on 3 different channels. We are over here on Twitch. We're over there on YouTube. And, of course, we are doing our Kick experiment. How is everybody? I hope everybody is doing well. I hope everybody's doing amazing. Let me have a quick look-see here. Essie, you're doing well. That's good to hear. I am doing fantastic. It was a bit of a Friday, but for the rest, I am doing very, very well indeed. It has been really, really lovely. Super busy at work, but when isn't it at this point? It's getting a little sort of, yeah. It's just always busy, and that's also okay, right? That is also okay. Hey, King, how are you doing? Hope you're doing well. Hope you're doing amazing. Hope you're having a good day. Oh, man. But it has been lovely. Let's turn the music down just a tad bit, because otherwise it's going to blow my ears out, and I hope it doesn't blow your ears out either. Today, we are going to have some fun, because we have a review stream to make up. Yep, we're gonna jump into some stream reviews, and once we've done that, it should be fantastic. And King, which upspot did you pick up? I saw that there might be something new on the horizon from them, but we'll have to see. Not really a streaming camera. The 2 Mini, very, very nice. That is a very nice camera. Can't complain when it's busy, can complain when it's quiet. You're not wrong, except I'm Dutch, and we are extremely good at complaining. So I can complain in both situations. It's just a little less effective in the busy times. No, I have 3 deadlines in the next week and a half, so it is quite busy, but nothing we can't manage. For the first time in weeks, I have been able to write some content this week. So I'm hoping to start new videos again, and I am very excited for that. Very, very excited. NASCAR, how are you doing? Kirito, how are you doing? Hope you guys are doing well as well. Hope you're having a good day. So yeah, today we will be doing some reviews, which should be a lot of fun. Honestly, I am quite looking forward to it. I think it's going to be good because I have some refreshed perspective, which is always fun to bring to these kind of things. And then we are just going to jump in, I think. If you have any questions, you know what to do. I don't know where's my TTS box gone? Who stole my TTS box? I'm just asking because I don't see it. Hello? Oh, you stole it, Mama Sugar. Could I have it back, please? It's quite an important thing for me to have, and for some reason, I don't. You know what? Where is it? There it is. Now we can see. Hey, Maria, how are you doing? Hope you're doing well. It's weird to see me in a hoodie. I fully understand that. Yeah, it's been, I will be completely honest. I came home 7 minutes before I started the stream. Dinner? No, no dinner. There is no such thing as dinner. Dinner will happen at 11 p.m. today. Hey, Collectonian, how you doing? Hey, Regen. Guys, okay. Are you guys really gonna make me grab a Hawaii shirt? I will do it. If you guys... It's actually way too warm in here. I'm going to do that. There we go. Is that better? Everybody happier? I think everybody's happier. Even I'm happier. Hey, Cassie. Hey, Alexander. How you guys doing? Hope you're doing well. Hope you're doing amazing. Yeah, the world's in order again, isn't it? Yeah. This is true. This is true. Thank you so much for reminding me to save. I'll save the outfit. I suppose. That's the only thing I can really save right now. Walking up and down stairs should not be this hard. I need to install escalators into my house, I think. Or just an elevator. Let me see. How you doing, Cassie Gal? Hope you're doing well. Hope you're doing fantastic. Let me have a look-see. Is it me or is it Twitch stream video? Like half a second out from voice. So, I've been hearing this often. And it seems that my capture card just sort of decides randomly to add half a second of delay. Which is why I didn't want to get Elgato again. I thought they fixed that stuff because nobody complains about this and it happens to me again. I'm still talking to Elgato about this. They haven't offered me a refund or a new card yet, so I'm hoping they fix it soonish. Hey, Veda, how are you doing? Hope you're doing well. Hope you're doing amazing. Peggy! Peggy, good to see you. How are you doing? Hope you're having a good day. Hope you're doing fantastic. You have a capture card from AverMedia? Yeah, so I used an AverMedia card up until a few months back where it just went, you know what? I'm done. I'm leaving now. I don't want to do this anymore. And since then, I have sort of decided, since I was moving, I was like, okay, I'll get a big boy capture card, right? Let me get a big boy capture card and let me get the Elgato capture card that can actually handle 4 cameras at once. That was my idea. Because then I can have my main camera, I can have a camera to my right, a camera to my left, and a camera overhead, which hopefully I can work on soon. I'm a little light on budget. Next month, there will be more budget for me to start doing more stuff in the office. And then I'll be able to have an overhead camera in case I do, like, unboxing streams and that sort of stuff. So, I got this one. And the camera that I have now is in the first slot. And it just does not give me a real-time feed. Camera is fine, right? Or sorry, no. Audio is fine because that doesn't run through it. But the camera is just half a second delayed and I have no idea why. Hey, Jessa, how are you doing? Hope you're doing well. I'm doing amazing. Thank you very much for asking. It's a teacher work day and they're letting us work from home. Oh, wow. So you get to see people you haven't seen in months? Well, it is good to see you. It is really, really good to see you. So that is sort of where I was. And I was thinking, right? I had this idea of getting a different capture card. By the wonderful people at Blackmagic Design. Who also make DaVinci Resolve. They have a really nice capture card. I'm trying to see if I can find it. It's the Decklink... Oh, no, it's not on this part of their website, is it? Do I need to just click into this one? And then they offer the... Yeah, so they have a 4 HDMI version as well. Somewhere. The problem is... There it is. The Quadlink HDMI recorder. The problem is that thing is $605 where the Camlink Pro is $350. So I was like, you know what? Maybe I try and save some money and follow the advice from other streamers that said the Camlink Pro is really good. And I got a dud. So yeah, kind of feel like I should have gone with the Deck Link anyway, the Black Magic one. It's fine. It's fine. I'm gonna try a few more things to fix it, hopefully this weekend. So maybe we'll figure something out. It would be nice if we did. Honestly, it would be really nice if we did. You like the panels? So do I. They're not finished yet. They've been under construction for a while now. Yeah, I do think that it's quite they're quite nice. I want to change a few things. Specifically, you see that the specs one that is completely I need to change that at some point. But it's been like that for 6 months now. I have so many things I need to do just on the backlog. Today I got a comment from somebody about the new update of the shout out widget, that all of a sudden that one doesn't shout out correctly anymore, even though I have changed very, very little and it worked perfectly on my end. I'll figure it out. That's just how these things work, right? That is just how these things work. Oh man. Let me have a look. See, how many people do we have signed up for the reviews? Let's see. How many people have I not added yet is more the question. A bunch. Oh boy. A big bunch. Okay. Oh, that's not what I meant to select. Dude. And then I will just remove duplicates quickly, as we usually do. Duplicate remover. Bang. 50 people on the wait list. Okay, I'm going to do a review stream today, right? And I will do another review stream on Friday. Hopefully. If this time, you know, I don't have an extra 2.5 hour wait. Oh, man. Friday was so freaking frustrating. So, on Fridays, I normally start streaming at 5 p.m. As you guys would expect, right? Hey, Darkus. Hey, Ketabite. Hey, Shaban. Hey, Ravinna. Hey, Susan. I was planning to go live at 5. I had an appointment at 3 p.m. I was like, okay, appointment at 3 p.m. If they're half an hour to an hour late, that's 4 p.m. They'll be done in about half an hour. That's 4:30. So even if I have an hour delay, I would be able to be there on time. That was my whole goal here. That's why I had planned it like this. Hey, Ian, welcome in. How you doing? I planned it out exactly like that. And I was like, okay, so that'll be fine. Half an hour delay. This can happen. Hour delay. Okay. Frosty was getting a little annoyed at this point. So I went to ask. And they were like, ooh, yeah. So there are 3 people still waiting before you. Expect it to take another hour. At which point, I noticed something. If it's 3 p.m. with 2 hours delay, that makes it, I believe, stream start time. The appointment should take half an hour. That's not going to work. After 2 hours, we get told we are the next people to go in. Super. Next people happy. The next people to go in, us, had another half an hour extra wait time. And then our appointment ran over by another 20 minutes. This was not a half an hour appointment. It was a 50-minute appointment. By the time I came home, I was tired, angry, and just nope. So I took the rest of the night off instead of streaming. It was just not the right night for it. Holy crap. That was so frustrating. Yeah, the thing was, Mama Sugar, I would have rescheduled under normal circumstances. This time, I could not reschedule. There was no option. Because they already rescheduled too late. This was fairly time sensitive. So all in all, yeah, that was my Friday. It was fine though in the end, right? We got through the whole thing. It was annoying, don't get me wrong. It was super annoying, but we got through it and that's it. That's all fine. So yeah, now we're here. We're gonna catch up on those reviews, which we will be doing all night. However, I am considering, because I'm noticing that 5 p.m. is really, really tight. Very often, I will come in 15 minutes, 10 minutes before the stream, eat something really quickly, or not eat at all, come up and do the stream. So I might be rescheduling the stream soon. But if I do, that might also mean that I have to review some other things, which might mean that I do an extra stream every week or something like that. This is something that's going on in my brain. We'll figure it out together. Hey, C Films, how you doing? Hope you're doing well. Hope you're doing amazing. I'm doing very, very well, thank you. Yeah, today has been a good day, honestly. It's been a really, really good day. So, what we are going to do, very simple. We are going to do a nice little stream review. Now, from the last time, we had a few people that were spun, but were streaming at the time. And of course, I don't review people if they are live. So, I want to bring back these people. And the 3 people that we therefore will be reviewing first are Alexander Humorous, Darkest GS, and Essie Wolf. Once that's done, we will be moving on to the wheel again. If you do want to sign up, remember, if you're on YouTube, it is in the description. If you're on Kick, head to Twitch and do !review. And if you are on Twitch, just do !review. Kuromi, how you doing? Welcome in, welcome in. And Dougie, hello, hello. Amateur Andy, hello as well. Hope you're doing well. Hope you're doing amazing. Remember, if you've already signed up this month, then you are still on the wheel. I'll show you guys the wheel. If you can find your own name, that'd be awesome. I don't know if you can, but here you go. And then I am going to have a look at number 1 on the list, Alexander Humorous. You are not currently live, which is good. I'm just gonna pause that quickly, mute that quickly, and let's see what the thing was you were having trouble with. You were having trouble, it's early days, so talking about something other than the game or with chat, talking about something to bounce off of. And then finding a niche you wouldn't mind sticking to when variety is so much freer. Okay, so we are going to have a little look at this because there's a few things you are already addressing that are very, very good. How long will those 3 reviews take for you to do the estimate? I don't know. Regen. Some reviews take 10 minutes. Some reviews take 30 minutes. It is just based on how much we actually have to talk about. So one of the things that you are already addressing is finding a niche you wouldn't mind sticking to when variety is so much freer. Let me just bite into that for a second, because I think this is very, very important. When we're talking about niche streaming versus variety streaming, that doesn't mean you have to stick to one game, right? It just means that in general, the game you are playing fits to what you are known for. It fits to your brand. Hey, Dougie, thank you for popping in over to Twitch as well. Thank you so much for the follow. You're from Germany. Welcome in, welcome in. Or willkommen, I suppose. What matters is when you stream a bunch of different games, what's going to happen is that each of these games is going to have their own audience. And not necessarily will it be that every single time you stream, the audiences are going to overlap. For example, if you play Fortnite one day, you play Dead by Daylight the next, and World of Warcraft the next, well, what are the chances that somebody likes Fortnite, DBD, and WoW? Well, those chances are going to be pretty slim, right? So when a viewer finds you, if you want them to come back every single time, they have to like all three of these games, which is probably not going to happen, right? Peggy, you did share it. If you can share it again, share it again. It might be that you shared your 6 months, right? You might also have your 7-month queue up. Sometimes it's weird like that. So the problem that happens now is, what about the rest of the viewers? Let's say you're playing Fortnite and somebody really likes what you're doing. However, they don't like DBD or World of Warcraft. Well, they are gonna tune in for your Fortnite stream. They might hang out. They might follow you. But the next time you're playing a game they don't like, and they're just not gonna show up. When that happens, you're gonna have people that are what is called a dead follower. A follower that doesn't actually convert into viewers for you. This is, by the way, completely normal. It is completely normal for you to have a number of followers that do not watch you. Completely normal. Look at my followers versus the current viewers, right? Don't say the number, by the way. I don't want to see it. But just look at it. Well, you can immediately see that if you would have a smaller, more targeted niche, then it might be easier to get people in. So instead of playing DBD and WoW, you might choose to play, or instead of playing these three, let's go completely with a blank slate, right? You might choose to play something else. Maybe you choose to play Final Fantasy 14. And maybe, right, you choose to play Final Fantasy 8. And maybe you choose to play Clair Obscur. Well, now you have 3 games that are much more likely to share viewership. Because somebody that likes Final Fantasy, a JRPG, probably likes another Final Fantasy game. And if they like that and Final Fantasy 14, there is a chance they also like Clair Obscur. At which point, this center triangle that makes becomes a lot larger. There's way more overlap. So you're gonna have more people joining in to your stream. because they like all the games that you play. And if you then have them coming back for enough streams and they like hanging out with you and they become bound to you as a streamer, they will watch anything you play. And you'll see this with every single person out there. Every single streamer does this. Iona, good friend of ours, does cozy games, right? Not only one game, but all cozy games. Small Ant does mostly Pokemon stuff, right? RT Game does mostly Nintendo stuff. Who else that I can think of off the top of my head? Oh, another really good example of this, by the way, in a slightly different way, is a wonderful YouTube creator, which probably most of you know. And that is the wonderful, 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 genuinely one of my favorite creators, Spiffing Brit. Why? What is your channel, Spiffing Brit? You know what? You know what? How about no? Goodbye. If you look at the Spiffing Brit, he has a really interesting niche. Because he doesn't just play one niche or one kind of game. What he does is instead, he focuses on one type of content. And the content that he makes is take game, break it. That's it. He breaks every game he can get his hands on, which is also a niche. It's just a very, very different niche. And in that way, you are going to find that that is going to help you build an audience a lot quicker. Did I just close my paint? No, it's still open. Never mind. There we go. Also, hello Shake Your Booty. Hello Chaos Queen Bee. Hello Rendoc. How are you doing? Hey Pelier, how are you doing? Congratulations. Massive, massive win. And Totally Epic Cat, genuinely one of my favorite creators. And just a great example of how you can choose a game niche or you can choose a content niche. There is very different niches that you can tackle. And different kinds of niches, right? And that's okay. Phantom Gaming, how you doing? Hope you're doing well. Hope you're doing absolutely fantastic. And then we can look at the rest of the channel. But I hope that gives you a bit of an idea, Alexander, when we're talking about niches and why niches are so important. Hey, Tartan, how you doing? Hope you're doing well. Hope you're doing absolutely amazing. And then it's ads. Perfect timing. We'll wait. We'll wait for everybody to be back before we continue. Gives me time to answer TTS.
Amateur_Andy says I got my first business email on my business email address, and I'm wondering how to detect if it will be a scam or not.
So, first things first. How do you detect if something is a scam or not? Well, honestly, one, does it seem too good to be true? Do they offer you ludicrous amounts of money or tell you you can make loads and loads of viewers or followers or something like that? If that is the case, it's a scam. If you need to pay them money to make content for them, it's a scam. If anybody tells you, oh, there's this product, let's say it's a, I don't know, gamer drink, then, and they go, oh, well, you need to buy the product, but then I can get, then you get 10% for everything that you sell. That's not a good deal. Not a great deal. I did, Amateur Andy. I'm sorry. Yeah, I usually do TTS during the break. Maybe I should stop that, actually. Maybe we just break during the break. So, very simply said, if it's too good, what I've said up till now, Andy, is if it's too good to be true, it probably is. If you have to buy something from them before you can actually go in and get revenue, it's probably a bad deal. Hey, Pixel, how you doing? And Shaban, thank you so much for the sub. You absolute legend. Enjoy the 30 days of ad-free viewing. Enjoy the 30 days of emotes. You got news. Tell me. Another good way to detect if it's a scam is if it's AI. 9 out of 10 times. You need to consider if that is something you want to work with anyway. And then lastly, if you get offered a game key and there's no money down and they tell you to make content on it, then don't automatically accept it. First, see if that game actually would be something you'd enjoy playing. If they offer you a cozy game while you mostly play shooters, that's probably a bad idea. But if they offer you something that's aligned with your niche, then go for it. Give it a try. Spend a stream or two on it and see if you like it, yes or no. If you don't, it's very easy to switch back to your normal game. You started content creation on YouTube and TikTok? Let's go, Pixel. That's awesome. Congrats. That is fantastic. But I hope that helped, Andy. Like, that's what I generally would go with. As for... man. You know what? I love the banner. Alexander, I think it looks really, really good. I freaking love it. I love the purple and orange, very sort of Halloween-y horror vibes. You have the orange accent color here on the side. And the only thing I would say is for your icon, for your avatar, zoom it in. We want to see the head. This is the part that's recognizable. That. The rest of the body, not so much. Hey, Pixie! How are you doing? Hope you're doing well. Thank you so much for the resub. You absolute legend. Enjoy your 30 days of ad-free viewing. Enjoy your 30 days of emotes. And yeah, so Pixel and Pixie, I'm doing fantastic. The ladies are doing fantastic. Freya has 16 months today. She has decided that walking is her favorite thing to do, especially to places and with things that she really should not be at. You know, things that hurt. But for the rest, I really like this. This is really nice. You do have it well planned out that we can actually see the banner, even when it's fairly zoomed in, right? So that is really, really nice. Tuesday, Friday, Saturday, GMT, 7 p.m., EST, 2 p.m. That's how I read this. So you should be live around 6 p.m. my time. We will be checking that. Yeah, 16 months already, Viking Pixie. It has been crazy, crazy busy. Hey, Seamus, how you doing? Hope you're doing well. Hope you're doing amazing. Let me see. What's the best way to get more emotes for your stream? As in more emote slots or more emotes in general? Like made for you? Because that's a fair difference there, right? And one we can absolutely talk about. No problem. Let's see. So, you mainly play Peak. Fair. And I think it's only Peak. Is this Repo? That almost looks Repo-ish. Yeah, that's definitely Repo. Interesting that doesn't show as your recently streamed category. Huh, okay. Let's have a look at your About page. Should be fine. Hey, Loki Ian, that's fantastic. Congratulations. Fadi Ozora, welcome in. How you doing? Hey, Kiaka, how are you doing? Hope you're doing well. Hope you're doing absolutely amazing. Just in case Viking Pixie didn't tell you, we had a surprise delivery 8 weeks tomorrow. Hey, congratulations. That is awesome. Oh, that is fantastic. That is fantastic. Yeah, it's been so crazy, Viking Pixie, genuinely. Also, guys, I hate these automatic hype trains, but apparently we have a hype train. Achoo, achoo. Hey, Corrupted Chaos, how you doing? Hope you're doing well. I hope you're doing absolutely amazing. You don't use a camera, you prefer to use a PNG tuber, you don't know how to word it to tell them. Just like you do. Hi, thank you for the opportunity. It's been thank you so much for your interest in my channel. However, I use a PNG tuber, so I wouldn't be able to give your camera the time and dedication that it deserves. I hope to work with you guys in the future. Blah, blah, blah. That's it. Be very courteous about it. You'll be fine. Absolutely fine. So, let's have a look-see at the About. Jack Dragon! Thank you for the 150 biddies, you absolute legend. Thank you very, very much. Kids are getting so big. How have I been? I've been very well. It's been super, super busy. But I've been really, really well. Thank you very much for asking. If you do have any questions during the reviews, it's best to add them as a redeem using a redemption that says ask a question. If you send that one in, it automatically gets added to the queue, and then we can answer them when it's a more appropriate time. Because it's always difficult switching between stream review and answering questions. Yeah, we're doing very, very well. Freya's growing. Frosty is having fun. And I've just been working my ass off, to be honest. Let's have a look-see. Skeleton VTuber looking to regain his lichdom by clearing his grandfather's debt. Okay, so there's a little VTuber backstory there. You can find more content and VODs on my YouTube page. Business inquiries. There is a business email. Whoop, whoop. I like it. I like it. It is fantastic. Oh, nice. That's fantastic, Pixel. Yeah, so apparently there is a slight bug in the thing right now, which I'm going to figure out, and then we'll go from there. But I think it should work fairly okay. It might have been a little setup bug. I'm not sure. So I would say, Alexander, your About Me is not really inviting people to talk to you, right? I always like to find three sort of beats, talking points, which make people read your About Me and then goes back into chat and say, hey, I saw this, I want to talk about it. So this is very accustomed to your VTuber. I will say that is one of them. But you can find more content and VODs on your YouTube page. Doesn't really add on to that. I would love it if you can bring one or two things that are really you. Maybe about your favorite game, your favorite pizza, what you don't eat, your favorite football team. I don't know. Pick whatever and just give us a little bit more you as a person. Hey, Chicken Gun, how are you doing? Sorry, are you a gun that you use on chickens? A chicken carrying a gun? Or a gun shooting chickens? Because I've heard of the cat gun. I've not heard of the chicken gun. Let's have a look over here. Rules, credits, socials, support your multi-stream to YouTube. Keep all the VODs and bonus content there. If you're online and you want more, go check it out. And subscribe. I feel there's Ko-fi. I would take these. YouTube, Ko-fi, Twitter, Discord, by the way. You do need a Discord. If you don't have a Discord, make a Discord. Fadi, I absolutely do. Yeah, I might not be able to understand what you're saying, except poisson and trottoir and, you know, je m'appelle. But it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter what you say most of the time. It's how you say it and how much you say that I really look at. Let me see. So I would definitely make these separate, like, separate banners. And if you want, because right now this is all text. If you want a great place to design some panels, so you can have some visual panels, you can go to Nerd or Die. I think it's Create. No, I don't want a discount. It's fine. You go to Create, you go down to the Panel Maker, and then you launch the app. Okay, go for the Panel Maker. There we go. And now you can pick any of these panels, any of them you like. You can, for example, go for, let's take this one, the Vibrance panel, right? But your channel is orange and purple. So you just go, okay, orange, the right gradient color, purple, the diamond color over here. We also want orange and purple. And then maybe we want the text color a little different. Maybe we'll go white for the text, and the icon we also want in white. And there you go. Now you have a panel. Download it, which is at the bottom of the screen. You can't see that. Download PNG, and you can just use it. You can just upload it. It's a great way to get free panels. You can also change the text, change the icons, and do whatever you want with them. And they have a bunch more that you can also download and update and do with whatever you want. They're a really good website for free stuff if you want to do that. Hey, Rosie, how are you doing? Hope you're doing well. How can you join the others for a chance to get a review? Exclamation point review. The link will drop into chat and you can sign up through there. Sites won't change their navigation until you're suddenly trying to walk someone through it. I know. It's terrible. It's absolutely terrible. That is true. My overlays also do, but if you're just looking for panels, not for an overlay, that's how you can do it. Hey, Damien Dark Rose. Hey, Hot Mess. How you guys doing? Hope you're doing well. Happy time zone. Happy time zone. Let's see. So at that point, once you've made those, put those at the top, right? You want to make it as easy as possible for people to find your YouTube, find your Twitter, find your Ko-fi, that sort of stuff. Then you have your rules, your credits. Nutty, great content creator. Let's see. We have a nice little goals and pipe dream. Okay, big backstory. As you should as a VTuber. I like it. I like it. Pretty good there. Very, very nice. I will say that your goals are going to change. That is completely natural. They are going to change because right now, all these goals, every single one of these, is what is called an extrinsic goal, also known as an output goal. And output goals are not great. Fadi, thank you so much for the follow. What you really want to go for later on is input goals. Output goals are the sort of goals where you have no control about what is happening, right? If you want to get 1,000 followers, that's great, but you can't make people follow you. Similarly, getting to Twitch partner, which means 75 average viewers, you can't make people watch you. What's that? Hey, KJ, how you doing? Hope you're doing well. I hope you're doing amazing. What that's going to do eventually is that you see that these goals are not happening and your motivation is going to dip. It is going to go down real quick. Instead, if you focus on input goals, those are goals you have complete control over. What that means is instead of looking at 1,000 followers, you look at consistently stream 3 to 4 times per week for 6 months. Now this, you have a fair amount of control over. And that will allow you to actually go in and say, hey, I may not have grown that much this week, but I've done what I set out to do. I've done my 5 shorts. I've done my video. I've done my streams. I've done my learning, etc., etc. Hey, Pitchin' Blitzen, how you doing? Hope you're doing well. Hope you're doing amazing. Thank you so much for the follow, you absolute legend. And thank you so much for the kind words. So that is definitely something that I would keep an eye on. Hey, Limecat, how are you doing? What that means is that you can put very nice, very usable goals that will slowly increase your motivation, meaning that it becomes easier to be happy on stream, but it also means it becomes easier to build your community. So I would absolutely recommend this. Hey, Tomps, how you doing? Hope you're doing well. Hope you're doing amazing. Hey, Exit Niner, hope you're having a good day. Hope you're doing fantastic. I'm doing great, Limecat. Thank you very, very much. Yeah, I'm doing really, really well. So that is sort of what I would say about your goals. I know you're saying that they're not actually goals. They're more like milestones, fun to track. That's fine. If you're using them as milestones, absolutely understandable. However, don't use them as goals. Just as a slight warning, I can hear a very upset Freya that really wants a cuddle, I think. Hello? Are you going to bed? Hey. Oh, there's a face. Oh, there's a face. Oh, come here. Oh, hello. That's the microphone. Do you want to say hello? Say dada. Dag dag. Don't grab the microphone. That's not what we want. No, that's not what we want. You gonna say dag dag? No? Are you a bit shy? Understandable. You want a kiss before you go to bed? What? Mwah. What did you eat? You smell garlic. Onion. Bye-bye, Freya. And off she potters. There we go. There we go. I speak English to my kid. Not in Dutch. I do both. I speak both. But usually in like quick conversations, because my brain is in English, I speak in English, right? When I'm doing stuff like teaching her, I will sit there and go, the ball is red. The ball is rood. Rood. Red. You know, I'll do both at the same time so she understands the concept, not necessarily the language yet. Because, of course, that takes a little longer. I told her she smelled of garlic, and now she's trying to get into the bath. So yeah, I do try and teach her this in a very sort of controlled manner. Damien, your biggest goal: get the systems in place so you can post consistently, make long-form videos, and post one every week for 6 months. That's awesome. That is a really good one to go with. You've been trying to teach your kids French the same way too. It's so much better for them to understand and build the brain. Yeah, so there's good research on this, right? Where if you look, just very, very quickly, if you are in a bilingual family, if you teach one language to your child, they will start speaking it really, really quickly, right? They will start saying words. However, when you then later want to teach them a second language, it becomes a lot harder. If you teach a kid a language right away, or 2 languages at the same time, it is harder for them to start speaking. It takes longer, but when they start speaking, they suddenly speak both languages really, really well. It goes a lot faster. And there's a lot of research on this, which is why we are doing 2 languages at the same time. Hey, Chill Gardening. I did see your message earlier. You've not been reviewed yet. Hey, Frederick, how you doing? Welcome in, welcome in. I will be reviewing YouTube as well, Kayaka. Absolutely. And Riot Eyes, how are you doing? Hope you're doing well. Hope you're doing absolutely fantastic. Hope you're doing amazing. So, having seen your schedule up here, Alexander, we see Tuesday, Friday, Saturday, 7 p.m. That's 6 p.m. my time, or 5 p.m. right now if you actually use GMT. If you use BST, British Standard Time, then it's 6 p.m. Let's have a look-see. $8 p.m. Wait. I'm an idiot. Of course it's an hour later, not earlier. Never you mind. That is awesome, Darkus. Yeah, I mean, that's just a yoink and twist, right? Absolutely do that. Exactly, Seamus. And since we live in a country, Belgium, in which they learn Dutch, English, French, and German in primary school and high school, plus any languages they pick on top of this, having those neural pathways of learning languages is super important. Let's have a look-see. We have a Peak here, which you are streaming later today. Friday, Saturday. So it's 8 p.m. to 12 a.m. 4-hour streams 3 times a week. Here you started at 8 p.m. 8 p.m. Ended a little early. That is okay. No stream on the Saturday. Week before 8 p.m. You stopped quite early. But then Saturday and Sunday you added extra time on. It's fair as long as you start on the same time. Yeah, I mean, keep it up with the schedule. Keeping your schedule very, very regular is super important. That consistency gets people to come back to your channel every single time. So I would absolutely, absolutely recommend continuing to do this. Let's have a look at your actual stream. Of course, I'm going to have to try and find a stream where you don't have other people on. So I'm going to try this one and hope for the best. But in general, Peak is more of a party game. Let's have ourselves a little listen. And let's see what we get from this one.
Now I need to
Randomly in the stream, we will go there. Okay, so you are playing with other people, but that's okay.
I don't like.
Damn, there's a lot of verticality today. I think we go up here, maybe.
I think onto there and traverse across to there.
You have a piton? Oh yeah, we can go there.
I think we're just running jump.
The old Jimmy Shimmy.
Oh yeah, that is an amazing thing to have, isn't it, Kitabyte?
That was a bit low.
Might be longer than I thought.
Average Isaac, yes, there are a bunch of fake promoters and fake scammers. In general, nobody is going to promote your stuff for free. Right? That's just how it is. There is nothing to be done about that. So if you are getting these sorts of messages in your chat, just ban them. I know it's annoying, but just ban them. Hey, Yup Mind, how are you doing? Hope you're doing well. Hope you're doing amazing.
Alright, I'm sitting up. I'm sitting up.
Absolutely hot mess.
I used like 1.5 there. Oh, what?
Oh, okay. I did the whoosh.
Oh, that's some good tech.
The whoosh.
There's a red here.
We've got wind. I'm gonna bounce.
Another zombie.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm using the wind to because they cleared the spores. That's our safest chance to get across. Because look at that. Look how much pink there is.
Right now.
It's up. Is it up? I heard it close.
Okay. So, I will say that you have a very good speaking voice and your microphone sounds fantastic. Like you have done the work there. Hey, evening bastard. How you doing? Hope you're doing well. I could have said evening bastard, but that would be mean. How you doing? I already find it mean to call you bastard at the moment. Hey, chicken nuggy. How you doing? Hope you're doing well. Like, you've clearly put in your time to get your microphone to the right level. It sounds really, really nice. Very, very clear. No background noise, which is massive. And I think you're actually doing extremely well when it comes to talking to your friend and talking through the game. However, what I am missing in this is sort of the conversation with chat, with other people. And the problem that you're dealing with at this point is because you're playing with other people, you're also not forced into that situation. And because you are not forced into that situation, you don't practice it. So what I can highly recommend is that you start practicing this. That doesn't have to be online. I think it's good if you do it while live, especially when you're playing solo. But if you don't want to do it while live, do so while talking or do so while playing offline. Just talk, pretend you're streaming, and don't have any chat there. Just make sure you build that routine. Now this adds, so we are pausing. Very important. Hey, Ragnar, how you doing? Hope you're doing well. Hope you're doing amazing. Hope you're having a good day. I'm doing well, Chicken Nuggy. Yeah, it's been a lovely day, honestly. It's been... I can't stop saying this at this point. It's been busy, but it's been a good day. I got some writing done. I got to practice a very important funding interview and got really good comments. The professor that was interviewing me as a test was like, you know how to talk, you know how to sell stuff. Be convincing. And I was just like, yeah, that's I didn't say this, right? But 5 years of live streaming will do that to you. It makes you really, really good at having like stage presence. So hopefully the jury will think the same thing. I can convince them that is next Monday, and they will give me money so I can work, because that is how the academic world works, sadly. You're also a streamer, Ragnar. That's awesome. That's awesome. What's your main game? What game do you play most? Not necessarily on stream. Just what's your main game? Recent streams are duos. If you go back 2 weeks, all the peak streams were solo, if that helps. It's something you're trying to work on. Yeah, so I would definitely say start practicing offline, right? Even if you're not streaming, just like sit back and go play a game and just talk. Just keep that conversation going. That's the important bit. Hey, Brutus, how you doing? Hope you're doing well. Hope you're doing amazing. Did you enjoy the Creator Crumb? By the way, for people that don't know, Creator Crumb is the newsletter that I try and put out every single week. If you do want to go check that out, !newsletter. The last one I put out is all about the 7-11-4 framework, which tells you why your TikToks don't give you live viewers as you think they should. Because you're probably thinking about it in a different way than you should. Go check it out. Go sign up. !newsletter if you do want to join that. From here, we then have... What else can I really say? I think you could probably shrink your chat a little bit. It takes up quite a bit over here. But except for that, I think it looks really good. I think you have a very good presenter voice, as I already said. It's just getting the rhythm. Continuing to talk. And that is very, very important. Right? And then start making content. Start making content on other channels. YouTube, TikTok, wherever you want. And start showing up there as well, because then people will come over. That's what I would say. Damien, you're making a massive pivot this coming week. You've been streaming only World of Warcraft on Twitch lately, but you're finding yourself not looking forward to playing. Yeah, that's the danger. You're switching the streaming other genres. You also enjoy playing as a variety, which is survival and simulators. Welcome to the madhouse. I can highly recommend RimWorld, Factorio, Satisfactory. What else can we recommend? What else have we played? Oh, right. Subnautica is a really nice one. Grounded is something. Space Engineers, Stationeers, Icarus. I can go on. Freaking love those games. Survival and simulator games are my jam, but especially survival building. You can always try out Windrose. That's recently released. It's like, what's it called? Valheim, but pirates. Retro Rewind, TCG Card Shop, same Windrose, Voyagers of Nera, and Enshrouded is so good as well. Oh my god. Hey, Justin, thank you so much for the follow. And Dath, how you doing? Hope you're doing well. Hope you're doing amazing. Murad is clipping and posting in TikTok. Good to get views and followers. Yes, but probably not in the way that you think. It's not just clipping and posting. It's making good content for a long time. And then people will start coming in. And Shrouded dropped a huge update today. Did they? Oh no. Am I going to be drawn in for the third time? Am I? I'm actually opening my Steam so I can... I shouldn't open my Steam. That's gonna download stuff. I shouldn't... No. My ISP is having trouble enough. Please. Please, let me close my Steam. No. I never opened it. I pretend opened it. Massive update. Okay, well, I am gonna have to have another look at that then. I'm gonna have to have a look at that because that sounds fantastic. Yeah, I never got very far in Enshrouded, but it might be something I want to pick up again. Aska, I've heard really, really good things about as well. Windrose, bit of Sea of Thieves. I would say it's more Valheim-y because Sea of Thieves, I've played it a lot, very much feels like it's a game that focuses on the combat. Hey, Infused Arrow, thank you for the raid. How are you doing? I hope you're doing well. I hope you're doing amazing. Fall Flat and Toxicatelyn, welcome in as well. Professor Bravo, what a name. I love it. How are you doing? Hope you're doing fantastic. Guys, if you just came in from the raid, hey Wolfram, how are you? My name is Barry Epps. I run the Content Delta channel over on YouTube, Twitch, and TikTok, and I try to help you grow your stream the right way. If you guys enjoyed here, please do stick around and tell me what was your favorite moment of Infused Arrow's stream. Thank you very much, Infused Arrow. I hope you're doing well. I'm doing really, really well. Yeah, I'm happy that you like the vibe. The vibe is important to me. That's all good, Wolfram. That's all good. You could call me Math, you could call me Barry, you could call me Hey You. Just don't call my mother. That's the only thing I ask. Let me see. I'm doing very, very well. Yeah, thank you very much. You thought about streaming Aska, but there's no viewers there so that you can get noticed. Yeah, and that's the danger of live streaming, right? But that doesn't mean you don't need to stream the game, right? You can still make content offline for YouTube if you have a channel that's all about these sorts of games anyway and throw it on there. Do I like Doctor Who? I don't have it right now. Yes, I do. I freaking love Doctor Who. Hey, Jazzercise, how are you doing? Hope you're doing well. Hope you're doing amazing. And just so we're clear, Peter Capaldi, best Doctor, fight me. Which one is better for beginners, Kick or Twitch? YouTube. YouTube is the best for beginners. If you want me to choose between Kick or Twitch, it's definitely Twitch. Kick and Twitch are very similar platforms, except Kick has less reach and doesn't get as much done. David Tennant is a wonderful human, great actor, but for me, Capaldi just has the best Doctor vibe done. That is awesome, Jazz. You've been going through some things IRL. That's not awesome. The fact that you're able to join, good. IRL stuff, not so good. But I'm happy to see you. That is really, really good. Peter Capaldi nailed the role. For me, he really did. It's that sort of frantic anger. He had a really dark storyline, right? Which did help him. But I watched him in a few movies, or in a movie afterwards, and a few other things. And he's just a brilliant, brilliant actor. Really, really fantastic. I felt... So, I will say, Matt Smith had some of the best companions, and he had a very aloof, sort of fun Doctor. Which is great. And don't get me wrong, Matt Smith, David Tennant, forgot the name of the 10th Doctor. The Bad Wolf Doctor. Great actors, great doctors, but for me, it definitely was Capaldi that pulled it home. Yes, Christopher Eccleston. Christopher Eccleston was my introduction to the series, and I very much felt like he was the weaker of the four doctors that I've really followed, right? Which I've seen everything on. So, when we're talking, that's Eccleston, Smith, Tennant, Capaldi. Those are the four that I've watched everything on. But rethinking and rewatching clips of it, I actually think Eccleston is extremely underrated. Amazing storyline, played it really, really well, and I would say one of the best Doctor companion interactions. Hey Claudia, hey Travesty, how you guys doing? Murad, you're saying Kick is better in the revenue side? Yeah, but if you're a beginner, you're asking me what is best for beginners. I'm going to say tell you right now, for beginners, revenue should not even be something you think about. You're building an audience and building a community first. Revenue will come in the end. No, don't care about that part. Thank you very much, Fall Flat and Wolfram. You're gonna meet Jodie Whittaker in June. That is awesome. That's really, really cool. I hope you have a lot of fun with it. Frosty, how you doing? Well, I mean, I say that she shouldn't, but then she's your daughter, right? So there's really nothing I can do about that, Frosty. Let me see. The algorithm for TikTok, I'm pretty sure is better to post at least 1 hour apart in order to reach the max audience. Because if you were to post, say, 5 at once, the videos would clash and compete for the same audience. Is YouTube the same way? If not, can you explain the YouTube algorithm? Would it best to just post all day but with 1 hour apart, or really discipline yourself and limiting to post 1 a day? So, Professor Bravo, I will answer this question for one very, very short answer. On YouTube, you can post 3 times per day. No more, no less. Well, you can post less, but if you post more than 3 per day, YouTube actually doesn't push any videos any further. So, generally speaking, you want to post 1 to 2 long-form videos a week. Start with 1, then go to 2. 7 to 14 short-form videos per week. And then if you post a long-form video, do not stream. If you post it, and then you can stream 3 to 4 days a week. Because then you never exceed 2 pieces of content. Once you go above 3, and by the way, this also includes posts, written posts, 3 is the absolute max. Anything above that doesn't get pushed. Hey, Licorice, how you doing? Hope you're doing well. I hope you're doing absolutely fantastic. Doctor Who is not part of the Marvel universe. That's Doctor Strange. Doctor Who is a British TV show. Started in like the 50s or 60s and got a reboot in the early 2010s, I believe. Maybe even late noughties. And has been running ever since. Started in 1963. New series started in 2005. I'm gonna say I wasn't far off. But let's actually answer some questions.
Rendoc9 says I have a severe anxiety and I get really scary anxiety but love it after I start interacting with people. Any advice on how to help quell this?
Yeah, I actually do. Because that is called performance anxiety. And I had it too when I started. Hell, I still have it from time to time. The point that you need to realize is that everybody that streams has this. Don't you worry. The main thing you have to do to get over that is stream again and again and again. It becomes easier and easier with every single stream. As long as you keep doing it consistently, you will suddenly notice, oh shit, actually, going live is just the norm. Another thing that I will say, if this starts inhibiting you, if you cannot go live because there is so much anxiety, there's two things you can do. One, you can take a break. It's okay. If this happens, just that's okay. Right? However, if this remains a thing, if you constantly do these things, then what I can highly recommend is not posting a link in my chat as your first message. There's a Frosty with a big hammer that will absolutely stop that. Where was I? Yes. What you need to do is you need to make a bet with yourself. You need to make a bet with yourself that says, in 3 months, I am going to be a great streamer. But that does mean I need to go live 3 to 4 times a week for 3 to 4 hours. Right? That's what you're gonna do. 3 months. And you're gonna say, I'm gonna do this. Right? I'm gonna go with this. And this counts for YouTube, this counts for Twitch, this counts for anything you want to do. If after those 3 months, you still have that anxiety, and you for yourself say, know what? I'm not getting over this. I actually don't like doing this. That's fine. Absolutely okay. You've tried it, you've learned, and now, you know what? You can go on to do something else. But if you say, shit, I'm actually having fun, and you look 3 months back and you realize, holy crap, my streams have become so much better, and I can talk so much better, and I've made this better and great, right? At that point, you have proven to yourself that you can do this thing, which means you can now go and tell yourself, I can do this thing, and you can make the next bet for 3 months, whatever that bet might be. And that's how you get your confidence up. That's how you get skill, and that's how you overcome performance anxiety, perfectionism, all these things. And you know what? Download the stream, your next stream, Rendoc, and then look back in 3 months, and you'll see what happens. Hey, Chat FM, how you doing? Hope you're doing well. Hope you're doing absolutely amazing. Welcome in, welcome in. Tell me, what is your favorite game? Toms, keep making content, okay? You will watch your videos? I absolutely will. Thank you very much for the kind words. I have returned to making content. I'm writing new videos, which for me is really, really nice. It's been a while. It's been a while. Hey, Silent Wolf, how you doing? Hope you're doing well. Hope you're doing absolutely fantastic. Let me see. JFG, how you doing? Hope you're doing well. Hope you're doing fantastic. I also see a question here from King. It's 3 times per day, not per week. Just to follow that up, because I think that is important. First time in because you saw your review channels? I do indeed. If you do want to join the reviews, !review. That will allow you to fill out a link, which is a form. Fill that out, and that should be fine. Pitchin' Blitzen. Is there a sweet spot on how much you should stream for optimal discovery? Yeah? 1, make YouTube content and TikTok content. Once you have planned that, if you can, stream 3 to 4 hours per day. If I could write. 3 to 4 times per week. So 3 to 4 streams of 3 to 4 hours on Twitch. It's slightly different on YouTube, but this is in general what I recommend. That will get you the best discovery that you can find. Hey, TD, how many times is that a year? Well, that is 3 to 4 times per week. There are 52 weeks, minus a few weeks of holiday. About your height in centimeters. Damien Darkrose, after posting on YouTube 3 times per day, the algorithm stops promoting you. Frosty, I love you. Never change. Hey, Snickerdoodle, how you doing? Hope you're doing well. Hope you're doing amazing. Let's answer another question.
Octal0KING000 says, when I can create a clip within a few minutes and it yields 1k views versus creating long-form content that I edit myself and can take hours to complete, and I'm lucky if it gets 5 views. I often ask myself why bother with long-form, other than honing my editing skills.
So, the reason is that your long-form and your short-form content address 2 different audiences. Like, genuinely, 2 different audiences. And I'll explain why that is as well. Also, Professor Bravo, thank you for the kind words. The reason for this is short-form content allows new people to see your content, right? This is so they can discover you. Long-form content is also to have people discover you, but more importantly, it is to connect with your audience and give them more of what they like. These 2 audiences are not the same. In fact, there are people that will only watch shorts, and there are people that will only watch long form. The important thing for the difference between these, and I just want to address this because you said your long forms get 5 views while your short form get 1,000. And there's a big difference between these because of one thing. On the short form, you are scrolling a feed, you're getting video after video until they get your one. This just sort of happens. And if you make them stick, they watch you. If you're making long form videos, you are making thumbnails. And if your video doesn't stand out with the thumbnail and title, people don't click it. And if they don't click it, they don't watch it. You could have a Mr. Beast level video, right? Hundreds of thousands of dollars, really cool video. But if your video just says, I fly a plane, and the thumbnail is you on a studio background, nobody is going to click it. And that's the big difference. 1,000 views, I would rather have 100 views here than 1,000 views here. Because this teaches me something. This doesn't. And I understand that it gets frustrating. I fully get it. Trust me, I was there. But what you do need to consider, hey Jan, how you doing? What you do need to consider is that when you are making this long form content, you are honing your skills. You are making a back catalog of videos. Once one video pops up and pops off and gets thousands of views, hundreds of thousands of views, all those other videos are going to get views too. With shorts, that is usually not the case, because you need to binge them for older shorts to start showing up. The best strategy is to do both. As hard as it is. Professor Bravo, thank you so much for the follow. You absolute legend. And also, Rosie, thank you for the giant emote a few minutes ago. I slightly missed that one. You bought your TwitchCon tickets. Let's go. We'll see you there. It's gonna be awesome. I'm really, really looking forward to it. Fit to Respawn, how you doing? Hope you're doing well. Hope you're doing absolutely fantastic. Let me see. Don't post shorts without giving them a thumbnail. You could do this by editing the thumbnail in the first second or two in your video. And unless your shorts are getting 5k plus views, they are stuck. I mean, honestly, it's not just 5k views. It very much depends on the niche that you are in. And I don't think that having thumbnails on shorts is too important. They are sort of a cherry on top. Rendok is saying, I'm noticing that my one video got 38k views and now all my other videos are creeping up slowly. That's how it works. You did, chat? I didn't. I'm not a big fan of editing. Like, that's the one thing I really can't get to grips with, which is why I hired an editor. Are you going to TwitchCon? You went to TwitchCon in 2024. You should have a badge saying you're going to TwitchCon 2026. Otherwise, we may have a problem. I'm gonna listen to another question, though, because that was a really good question. Thank you, King.
Polirahito93 says, got a friend who streams on TikTok. We started around the same time, and he's flying. Average viewership is in the teens, gets around $20 a stream. TikTok isn't my style at all, but I can't stop comparing. Any advice on that? I'm loving Twitch, I'll die on this purple hill, but comparison is the thief of joy. Rant over laughing face.
Okay, I need to reread that. Let me just... By the way, guys, if you don't know this, if you are not in the Discord, if you go to the Discord, you can actually find all the different TTSs that have been asked and exactly in the VOD where I answered them. Like, these links stay there. So if you do miss an answer, you can always go back to them. Okay, so your friend streams on TikTok, has average viewership in the teens, and gets about $20 per stream. And you are envious, which I understand, right? They are getting viewers, they are getting paid. First off, don't worry about the money, right? Just don't worry about it. Money is a nice bonus, but it won't be something to consider or to really pay mind to until you are much further down the line. The thing you want to pay mind to right now is growing your audience and improving your skills. Become a better presenter, become a better talker, become a better everything, right? You can really raise that skill level very, very quickly. And yes, on TikTok, you are more likely to get more average viewers. Because again, we are going from the short form, I wanted that in orange. Hello? Short form paradigm to the long form paradigm. If they want to watch you on Twitch, they have to click on your stream. They have to make the active choice of click, now I'm watching you. While on these short form platforms, you just sort of scroll into it. And if people enjoy that, they'll stick around. But realistically, a viewer on Twitch that comes into your stream for 10 minutes is way more valuable for your community than somebody who scrolls in on TikTok. Just to give you an example, back when I streamed on TikTok on my partner channel, I would often get a bunch of viewers. I would average between 150 and 200 viewers. At this time on Twitch, I was averaging about 50 to 60. That is a clear, massive difference. Like average, right? Not viewers at the time, average. So I would sometimes get up to 300, 400 viewers. The problem is, I saw those viewers once, and I saw them never again. Because they're scrolling, they might stop on my stream, they like it, they don't follow, I disappear forever. While on Twitch, if somebody likes you, they will come back, and you're playing a similar game, right? They like the game. They will like it again and again and again, and they will come back again and again and again. And that's why Twitch is very, very different. The average view duration, by the way. So the average time somebody watched my stream with 150 to 200 viewers, knowing that a lot of my Twitch viewers also watched me over on TikTok, was 1 minute 37 seconds. My average view duration on Twitch... Yeah, I'm talking about TikTok Live. Bravo. My average view duration on Twitch was usually between the 45 minutes and 1 hour. It is such a different group of people that you're talking to. And such a different atmosphere, such a different stream that you need to put down. If your thing is TikTok, go for it. If your thing is Twitch, go for it. But note that these two are not the same. You'd rather have 10 friends watching than 100 lurkers? I think I'd just rather have people on Twitch than on TikTok. When you see the 60 stream streak starting to come in, that feels good. I don't know if Maria and Frosty are currently listening, but what was the number you guys ended on the Mathman channel? Was it like 360 or 380? Stream streak, by the way. This is not total streams. Stream streak. It is amazing to see that sort of stuff. Really, really, really cool. And I personally think that gives me so much more than the numbers. Hey Ash, how you doing? Hope you're doing well. Hope you're doing amazing. You absolute legend. Yeah, Twitch messed you over. You were there as well. This is absolutely true. Ash has also had like a 380 streak, and then Twitch went, we're resetting all streaks. Everybody was back at 1. Hey, Exceldro, how you doing? Hope you're doing well. Hope you're having a good day. Hope you're doing fantastic. Bravo. What do you think about streamers dual streaming? Do you agree and think it may be a lot to chew on? If the streamer can do it, it's a good idea. I can tell you right now, I'm multi-streaming as we speak. I'm streaming to Twitch, Kick, and YouTube. I regularly stream to YouTube and Twitch. Say hi to each other, by the way, if you want to see each other. But on Kick is a bit of an experiment. I do this once in a while. I'm not a big fan of the platform, but they've made some changes, and I just want to see what happens, right? So, in general, I will say that multi-streaming requires more attention than single streaming. But as a new streamer, why would you limit yourself to one platform if you don't know that that platform is going to be the platform on which you're gonna get success, right? And that's the thing you want to consider. So I would absolutely recommend giving it a try. See if you like it. If you don't like it, you can just stop it if you really want to. Let me see. You had IRL stuff happening for the past 2 weeks, Ragnar. Now you're struggling to get back to it. Is that normal? Yes. I had IRL stuff for 2 weeks at the start of March. I still have to start posting on YouTube again. This is fine. It happens. Hey, Coco Lemon, how are you doing? Hope you're doing well. Right? This is completely normal. Because you're in a situation where... Oh, man. How do I explain this best? You know what? The best way for me to explain this is as a diesel train. Frosty, I think it is you. 1 second, I'll send you a message. And I'm gonna try and explain this as good as I can, right? As good as I can. If you have a train track, and on the train track, there is a big old train, right? Okay, pretend this is a train and not a tractor or something else. Absolutely, Coco Lemon. Check the description down below. You can sign up for the review. A diesel train is really, really hard to get going. But once it gets going, it's really easy to keep going. This is how your stream works as well. Once you get into the rhythm of streaming, keeping going is really, really easy. However, once you hit that roadblock and you cannot stream for a while because of whatever reason it is, that rhythm disappears. And you need to push so much more energy into getting the stream going again that it almost doesn't feel worth it. But as you start pushing that energy, it becomes lighter and lighter to get moving again. And once you're moving again, it's super hard to stop. This is a very normal thing to have. Don't worry about it. This is completely normal. So, the only thing that I can say is kick yourself in the rear and get started again. Once you've been doing it for a week or two, maybe 3, you'll be back at that same rhythm you were at the start. You'll be absolutely fine. I guarantee it. Absolutely. Hey, Master D, how are you doing? Hey, Code Red Corey, it's !review. Then you get the link in chat over on Twitch for the reviews.
Loki
We are going to go for the next one.
Says, what a good website for making clips that's completely free, no paywalls.
a free website to make clips without any paywalls. I mean, I wouldn't trust that. I don't know one because I don't think it should exist. The reason is, like, you can use, if you want to make clips of your stream, you can use loads of things, right? CapCut, DaVinci Resolve, whatever editing you want. But if you want something to analyze your streams for you and make clips, that is always going to be a paid service. You can use Twitch. That's actually a good point. You can use Twitch's own back office. That allows you to make clips very easily nowadays, actually. But if you want something to analyze it for you, make and find the right clips for you, that's going to be a paid service every single day of the week. The reason for this is the processing time takes a load of time before... takes a load of server calculations as well. And that takes time. And that costs money. And that money they need to get somewhere. So, up to you. Hey, Fooby Dooby, how you doing? Hope you're doing well. Thank you so much for the follow. Thank you very much for the kind words. Hope you're doing well. Hope you're having a good day. What's your favorite game? There's a link you can find and make it a command your chat bot can use. If you did exclamation point clip and command records the last 30 seconds, you can go back and edit it. Yes. Very easy to do if you use StreamerBot. If you use StreamerBot, I believe it has now been integrated that you can just literally... Oh, that's only for the downloaded clip URL. I can get that because I used it. Thank you very much, Coco Lemon. Yeah, I like doing this. It's good fun. I really enjoy this. Hey, Specking, how you doing? Hope you're doing well. Hope you're doing absolutely fantastic. It won't work in Stream Elements, but it will work in something like StreamerBot or whatever you want. Yes. Yeah, you can also do it in OBS, flashback recording. And if you combine that with the Atom Vertical, you can do it very, very easily. So Atom Vertical, I'll just give you guys a look. This is live right now. You get one of these canvases. And in the settings, you can actually set up flashback recording for this as well. And then with a hotkey, it will just grab the last 2 minutes and you can edit it in any way you want. Really, really useful stuff. Lies of P. Oh, I've heard really good stuff. In OBS, it's called Replay Buffer. In Atom Vertical, it's called Backtrack. There we go. You use Atom Stream Suite. What's my thoughts on that? I'm not going to say anything negative about it because I haven't used it. I've heard there were some complaints early on. I believe they've upgraded and reiterated it a lot. I've not given it a try, so I can't give you a valuable meaning on that. Not a problem, Darkus. Go do your thing. Thank you very, very much. Hey, Whispering Goblin. How do you get that vertical view? Very easy. You go to atom.tv, right? Just his website. Sure, you can give me your cookies. I like cookies. You go to products and you go to vertical. If you use OBS, not Streamlabs, then you can download it for free. You install it and then you get that nice vertical layout. Very easy, very free, and super easy to set up as well. For the people that are wondering what the Stream Suite is, the Stream Suite is somewhat of an advanced skin for OBS that gives you access to a bunch of extra widgets. You do your best to improve the Atom plugins every day, and you're doing good work, Exceldro. Genuinely. Exceldro is one of the devs that work on the Atom plugins. Really, really good work. But you knew that already. Can also use stream elements for vertical streaming. You can. However, I believe strongly that unless you're streaming to TikTok directly from OBS, if that is your main reason to use it, use stream elements. For everything else, until Atom Vertical gets the ability to log into TikTok directly, use Atom Vertical. It is lighter on your PC. It is lighter on your graphics card. It is easier to set up, easier to use. All in all, unless you're looking for that one feature, use it. Would I recommend vertical streaming to YouTube? Yeah, why not? You can give it a try. You're in the queue, Ash. I will try and get through it. Go for it, Pitchin' Blitzen. Go for it. Thank you very much for being here. You joined an agency to get a stream key, but don't you need to update that every stream? Because that's annoying. Oh, I just answered your question. You're a rare one. You use XSplit. There's very few people that use XSplit nowadays. But fair. Let's do another question.
Silent Wolf 459 says my wife and I run stream on Twitch and we put shorts on YT and TikTok. Any tips on getting more views? We are struggling with getting more followers. I post shorts 1 day a week on each.
I will say, if you're posting one short per day or one short per week, then it might be time to up that. Start posting 3 to 5 times a week, because that is just sort of what YouTube and TikTok want to see. They want to see that constant input on short form content. On top of that, what I would recommend is if you're only going to put one short up a week, or even if you put more up, consider not just putting up stream clips, but making dedicated content for YouTube and TikTok. And these can be inspired by your streams, right? You can have a really good moment on stream, you clip that, and then you put it into your editing software to make it something that looks good. Or the better option, in my opinion, is take that thing, then rewrite the script, rewrite the story, then record it and make that perfect little video, then post that. That absolutely works. Also, making long form content is very important. And if you guys are looking to build an audience as a couple stream, then one of the things that I can highly recommend, and I think people will agree with this, is stick to one niche. Stick to something very, very narrow. That is where you want to go. Because if you go very broad on top of having 2 streamers, you're going to get to a point where your viewers are, or the people that are watching your shorts are not going to recognize who you are. They're not going to bind with you as a creator. and they're not going to watch the same game or a different game every time, because there's just games that they don't like, right? If you play Fortnite one day and Hello Kitty's Island Adventure the next, you're probably not going to pull in the same crowd. So keep an eye on that as well. That is really, really important. Corey is saying, shorts very rarely will gain you any traction nowadays. COVID era was a time it works excellently, and everyone has found their favorite streamers at this point. Now TikTok, YouTube, etc. are filled with everyone posting, and people just mindlessly view, like, and scroll on. I disagree. I hard disagree. I know a buddy of mine that has made incredible short form content, right? And that has grown from 30-ish average viewers to getting Twitch partner 100, 120 average viewers. I've seen somebody go from just hitting partner to over 300 average viewers in 2025, last year, right? This is definitely still working. The problem is not that people have found their favorite streamers already. The problem is that most people don't put in the energy that is required to make really good content. And if you can make really good content, you can absolutely get discovered. 100%. I'm gonna move on to the next question though. So if you want to ask more,
says,
remember you can do the redeems.
Before, but ATM vertical, multi-stream versus the Streamlabs version.
OBS or Streamlabs? OBS. ATEM vertical or Streamlabs? ATEM vertical. Anything in the world, heck, even a DOS program from 1985 or Streamlabs? Definitely the DOS program. Stream Elements? Yeah, no. So if we're comparing to Stream Elements, it is quite literally a case of if you're using it to stream to TikTok, use that. Otherwise, don't. Hey, Dom. How you doing? Welcome in, welcome in. Kick back, relax, have yourself a wonderful time. Tell me what's your favorite game all time. Yeah, there's definitely still more room for many more streamers to be discovered. But, okay. Hey, Iona. I hope you had a wonderful stream. Hope you're doing fantastic. Let me just... I'm gonna pause for a moment. Because Coco Lemon just said, and I think this is important, I certainly think there is room for many more streamers to be discovered. And I agree. I just think that the way we have thought about streaming up until now is a very different way of streaming than we are going to see this year, next year, and the coming few years. The reason for this is because we are going to see brick and mortar businesses. We are going to see large corporations starting to stream to build themselves an audience and use content as a form of marketing in ways we have not seen before. We have seen, I have seen this happening already, and we are going to see this more and more. Up until now, streaming has very much been the individual. It has either been IRL content, it has been gaming, and there has been a little bit of the stuff that I do, which is sort of the educational stuff, right? But what we are seeing now is people such as NASA, Alex Hormozy, Mr. Beast. Look at what Mr. Beast has done. This is the perfect example of what streaming is going to be. Mr. Beast launched a video for his YouTuber thing, right? Or not YouTuber, his YouTuber and Twitch streamers fighting for like $100,000. And he made videos for this. Then what did he do? The finale is going to be a live stream. Justin Bieber booked to sing on stage at Coachella, but taking requests through live streams. This is the way that we are going to see live streaming moving in the next year or two. These are early adopters. These are the people that are going to steer the direction in which we are going to go. Brick and mortar businesses, big creator or big artists, famous creators are going to take to live streaming because it is the only thing, the only piece of content that is going to remain mostly AI free, because it is really expensive to run an AI for 3 to 4 hours a day, 3 to 4 hours a week. Sorry, 3 to 4 hours a day, 3 to 4 times a week, or 24/7. Here, we can still get genuine interaction in which, yeah, I fuck up what I say from time to time. But that is fine, because that is the whole part of streaming. It is live. And I strongly feel like if you don't live stream in 4 to 5 years, you are going to run after every other business that has created content, that has created a community. Imagine, right? In 5 years, instead of doing videos and shorts, what they are going to do, and this is not even in 5 years, I can see this happening next year. Red Bull is going to do a live stream. And the live stream is going to be with Max Verstappen. But instead of Max Verstappen just chatting, he is going to jump into a sponsored racing rig, and you can log on to race against Max Verstappen live on stream. Hundreds of thousands of fans will leap to that. Hundreds of thousands of people will want to watch that and will watch the VOD. And next time he goes and does that, even more people are gonna jump in. Shepridge, I did see your question. If you do want to drop a question, make sure to add it to the queue. You can do that on Twitch by adding a redemption. I just got into a bit of a rant. But I genuinely see that it moving that way. And as Iona is saying, there's a very, very good chance that we are going to see YouTube winning that. Because that is the one place where they can build one channel and can do all three of these. Jay, I've already started the reviews. I did one, and then we got into a conversation. I've still not managed to get to the end of the question queue. You'd be surprised, honestly. To get back to your question, Sepridge, your last 2 shorts on YouTube have gotten 0 views. Did you do something wrong so YouTube isn't showing your shorts, or are they just that bad? If they're actually stuck on 0 views, I would check that they do not breach the YouTube guidelines, delete them, re-upload them. See if that fixes it. There is sometimes where that happens, and there's nothing you can do about it. You think viewers are going to watch corporatized content rather than connecting to individual streamers? Yes. And the reason for this is actually very easy to find. If you go to streams charts, right? You can actually see how platforms are performing. And let me just say right here, Twitch has 2.76 million viewers right now. Has been watched 1.42 billion hours live. YouTube has 6.26 live channels, million live channels right now, with 4.52 billion watch hours this month. On top of that, YouTube has billions of watch hours every single day that you can watch on demand. Twitch has a fraction of the market. A fraction of the market compared to YouTube. And if you look at YouTube, there are a bunch of really big corporations like Red Bull making really, really interesting, fun content. Let me actually use them as an example, right? I'll go to YouTube and I'll look for Red Bull. They have 27.9 million subscribers. If Nike did something similar, if Adidas did something similar, if any massive brand, Elgato, right, Logitech, would start making content, they would get viewers. And yeah, they will watch corporatized stuff because in general, that's what people watch. We are still a massive minority when it comes to the general populace, the average person in the world that watch live streamers to have that one-to-one connection. And that's just how it works. So yeah, people will absolutely watch that. And then the goal becomes for live streamers, especially people like Mr. Beast and Alex Hormozy and sort of these business-driven people, to become that person. To become the person every normal person looks to. It's going to be a while. But it's going to happen. Hey, Pulse, thank you so much for the like, you absolute legend. I will answer the next question.
Specking says my new mic toner TD510 has arrived. How to set new mic correctly? And is there anything I should be aware of?
How to set new mic correctly? Go to youtube.com. Right? Go to Content Delta. Then scroll to the videos and search for mic. Sound like a pro. Listen to that one. If you want to have specific TD510, check this review. This one works as well. This one is also quite good. It's a very old video, but it works. As for the TD510, there's two things you have to pay attention to. One, be very close to your microphone. It is a dynamic microphone. And two, it is very bass heavy. You can choose in your equalizer to take a little bit of the lows away. Chat of M, thank you so much for the 200 biddies. Thank you very, very much. That is very kind of you. YouTube doesn't need a way to find live streams. It gives you a way to find streamers and creators who do stuff you're interested in. You get more viewers on YouTube than Twitch. Yeah, and that is really impressive, Iona. I still don't know how you do it, but I understand why you get more viewers there. Not a problem, chat. Go do your thing. Thank you very much for being here. I will continue answering questions as we move our way forward. And then we will do some reviews in a moment as well.
101 says, I've noticed I get more views on Wizard 101 compared to Call of Duty Zombies. What game can I replace Call of Duty with that is like Wizard 101?
I have no idea what Wizard 101 is. So let's go have a look at that. Wizards 101. A 2008 MMORPG. I have never heard of this. Hey Dank, how you doing? I have literally never heard of this game. That is really interesting. Okay. You want to know why you are getting more views here? It's because it's extremely niche. With 5 viewers, you're in the top row. So people that want to watch this can watch it very, very easily. If you go to Call of Duty or you go to Call of Duty Zombies, I'm just going to go Call of Duty. Is Zombies a separate? It is not. So we'll just go to Call of Duty, right? As a category. And we set this. Oh, this is Call of Duty Black Ops 4. That's not correct. Is it? Wait, which category is it? Is Warzone the newer one? I don't know. Probably. And you just have a look. Just look at how many people there are here. This is your competition. Oh, this is not even the latest one. Black Ops 7 is the latest one, says Keith. Call of Duty Black Ops 7. Category. Okay, it is actually less popular, but still, look at how many people you are up against. That is what it is. So, what do you want to replace something like that with? Final Fantasy 14 is an option, but I think Wizard has a very niche, a niche group of people that do want to watch that sort of stuff. I don't know. I don't know. What other games like Wizard do you like? I would not say World of Warcraft for one very important reason. World of Warcraft is oversaturated and you are not going to get discovered. Will people in your audience also like World of Warcraft? Possibly. Oh, you know what's a good one? Lord of the Rings Online. Star Wars Online. These are the sort of games that you could absolutely go to. Conan, I believe, is also an MMO. That's what I would go for if you want to stream to other people. Or if you want another category. Something like, and I actually know that Lord of the Rings Online is a really good category because I have a buddy of mine that has grown to near partner there. You wouldn't expect it, but he has. Is he live at the moment? He is not. Boaz, or Keith, Boaz, thank you so much for the follow. You absolute legend. Thank you very, very much. I hope you're doing well. I hope you're doing amazing. Conan Exile is not an MMO. Okay, then not Conan. Yes, that was what I meant. I can't keep up with them anymore. But yeah, any MMO that is not super oversaturated is absolutely something that you can do. Let me see. Polls, thank you very much. And that's okay, Keith. Not a worry. I mean, you drop in, right? Where you can. That's the important bit. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for the follow. Shall we do... We'll do... one more question? Or shall we move on to the next review? Because I do have one more person to review before I can start spinning the wheel. Let me just have a look quickly. If they are live by now. Last time they went live, and therefore I couldn't review them. Okay, I'm going to review them, and then we'll do more questions. So feel free to add more questions into the list. The person that we're going to review is the one, the only, the fantastic Essie. Essie is a longtime community member. Last time we spun Essie, and Essie, was streaming. And as I don't review people that are currently live, that made it really, really awkward. So, Essie is saying that one of the biggest problems that they're dealing with is just an honest opinion of how the channel looks and if there's anything they can improve because they are self-taught. So we are going to have a look at Essie's channel. We're going to have a look at what she can improve, and then we can move from there. That's what we're going to do. Essie, first off, let me see. Okay, so I like your banner. That is really, really nice. I know it's a little awkward with the size of the banner and how it looks on Twitch, but I actually really like what you've done here. I think it looks really nice. Very bright. The green coming back as an accent color on the right as well, which is really good. I will say your avatar is really unrecognizable. Right now, it's okay. But if we go to sort of sidebar size, then it becomes really hard to see that that is you. I would say either take your now avatar and put that here, or use the little wolf if you use that a lot and put that here to make sure that it shows who you are, right? People need to see it in the sidebar and go, oh, Essie is live. Like I can go, oh, LND is live, or oh, Finite Singularity is live, or oh, Shushi's is live. I can see that without even seeing their name because I recognize their avatar. How do we know if you review our channels? I'm still trying to figure out a solution for that. I've been trying to make markers in the stream, but I'm going to try and make a solution for that for next month so that it gets dropped into the Discord or something like that. Corey, you will get added to the wheel right away. Sagnika, thank you so much for the 9-month resub, you absolute legend. Hope you're doing well. Hope you're doing amazing. Yeah, maybe just add in the Discord, or maybe I'll make markers using my giant freaking stream deck. By the way, I have the maxi-sized stream deck. I don't use it enough. I need more things for the buttons that I have, because there's currently almost nothing on here. You will be, Silent Wolf. So then I could hopefully, you know, get something into the Discord, or at least make a list. Which allows me to then let people know. You'll trade stream decks. I also have an XL, and I have a normal size laying somewhere. Yeah, it's maxi sized. Clearly, that's what it's called, right? Got back from brunch. Very nice. Very nice. I have not had dinner yet, so I am starving. You press the buttons on the stream deck in Curry's, and not gonna lie, the buttons were not as satisfying as you hoped. Did you have the traditional stream deck or the X switch key stream decks? Because, oh my, the X switches are nice. Never go live on an empty stomach. Yeah, that's how conversations go to food all the time. That's why, genuinely, this is not... This may sound like a joke, right? But if you look back at all my VODs, what you will notice is that there is a significant trend, right? When I go live at 5 p.m., we sort of start here. And as the stream goes longer, the trend goes upwards really, really fast. And around 11 p.m., when I usually raid out, it's a very high. This is food talk. The later it gets, the more we talk about food. Mostly because I get hungry. Thanks for letting me know LND was live. Timing. Perfect. Yes, that's where we talk about human beef Wellingtons, correct. What time is it here? It is currently 7:20 p.m. Almost 7:30. That's that, but that's the more hungry you get, the more you go into that. Okay, so we are going to have a little look-see. You play DayZ, understandable, Ark, Far Cry, so sort of shooters. Ark, definitely also more of a survival game, lots of dinosaurs, quite fun. DayZ, little more of a shooter again, bit of just chatting. A little variety, not super, which is quite good. You have a fairly good niche. Zombie Slayer, Wasteland Wanderer, proud South Africans from the ruins of Fallout to the chaos of the undead. Can I ask you to just put a line in between here? Because either do this over here as well, or a full stop. Because I just read this as proud South African from the ruins of Fallout to the chaos of the undead. And I was wondering how bad South Africa can be if there's been a nuclear disaster and Skeletor has risen an army. I'm here for the loot and the lore. Main games, zombie titles, Fallout 76, open world adventures. Very cool. But where's the business email? Please. Where's the business email? Iona, we have not yet. Oh, I really want somebody to ask about that because otherwise I'm gonna forget. Oh boy, do I need to talk about Meld. Oh, sorry. Yes, after this. Restrained, Barry. You have it. At least a little bit. Go down to the panels. Yeah, but it needs to... Yeah, okay. Having your email there is really good. It needs to be up here. Make it as easy to find for companies as you can. Right? So it needs to be up here. You can do it again down here, but definitely have it up here. Oh, you go live in 5 minutes and 36 seconds. I'm going to have to hurry this up because once you go live, I can't continue. I really like the panels. Panels look really, really good. You keep that sort of, the sort of color scheme. I like that the theme has stayed the same. The font has stayed the same. You have a Discord. Pull that Discord to the top. Pull the Twitter to the top. Pull the YouTube to the top. Things that are important need to be at the top. This, the sound bites, the Streamlabs you can then put to the side. I don't know if you've optimized for 3, 4, or 5, but these can just be on one side and then have all the other columns be important stuff, then the rest. I would highly recommend that just as a little thing. Do you have a schedule? Weekdays and weekends. So weekdays, shorter streams. Weekends, longer streams. Weekdays, shorter streams. Let's go have a look at your schedule. So you go live. Oh, sorry. It, of course, says it right here. 7:30 p.m. Monday, Tuesday, Thursday, Saturday, and Sunday. I would also make that here, by the way. I would absolutely add that, where you can add your schedule on Twitch, which makes it easier for people to find. Pauls, thank you for signing up. You will be added to the wheel, and if you get spun, you will get reviewed. Hey, Peachy, how you doing? Hope you're doing well. Hope you're doing amazing. So, here we have Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Saturday. Wait, that was not your schedule, right? Sorry, I'm just trying to keep up. Monday, Tuesday, Thursday, Saturday, Sunday. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Saturday. Okay, here you started a bit late on Tuesday, then you got Thursday. Monday, Tuesday, a bit off on your start time. Wednesday, Saturday. I assume there was a bit of a hiccup here where you switched game. And then Sunday, you went early. Okay, so, oh wait, no, this is before summertime started here. Okay, so what I will say is I would absolutely try, even if you cannot go live in a consistent schedule because of life, to start at the same time every single day. Starting at the same time is so important because your community will become accustomed to you going live at that time. You might not be able to go live every single day from the same time, or the same day, the same time, the same end times, right? Every single week, but you can start at the same time, which means you're still in that same slot for when people expect you to go live, which means people are going to have a much easier way refinding you. So that I will absolutely recommend. I've been very good, Peachy. Very, very good. Thank you. But let's have a look at your actual streams. Now, I don't know if there are a lot of streams where you stream with other people or not. I'm going to pick a random stream and hope for the best. I'm going to pick this one because it looks pretty. Ooh, audio has been muted. Audio has been muted. Let's see if another stream doesn't have that. That would be good. There we go. And we'll go somewhere completely random.
And Genie, because she was in love with Genie for like 2,000 years or something.
I'm gonna go say that your
she's
game maybe
reconnected.
crashed here, so go here.
Say green hat.
Of course, no problem. Where are we going?
You're that bit. Can you tell them that slave labor in the 21st century is illegal?
Are you black in real life?
No, I'm not black in real life. I'm white. With a micro penis.
I'm white. Okay, good. Nice.
Guys, you want to maybe move like camp into the woods?
What a question! Holy shit!
Don't say you have microphone, bro. Stop.
But it's the truth.
If I run,
It's the truth.
Jarvis,
Look, I don't
why
want
is
to
he grabbing you
lie.
as you run?
Damn it, this body of mine.
Who fresh is
Did
the
they
whole
kill you?
road? The guy is
Okay,
Still
let's
alive.
skip a little further.
Where are you? You want to look for Cami Shova? But they were running towards Electro. Oh, I was going to say, you might want to loot that.
Okay, there are a few things that I want to highlight that I think are going to be really, really good for you to improve. First things first. You are having some issues with lag on your stream. Hey Zay, how you doing? If you signed up last week, you don't have to sign up again. You'll still be on the list. However, What I am noticing is that when you are playing the game, there's quite a bit of lag. There's some frame drops, and it's not really smooth. If this is a problem for your stream, but not for the game, then I would consider having a look at the graphic settings. Specifically, I would limit your FPS to either 60 or even 30 if your PC can't handle 60. Because having smooth gameplay is really, really important for people to be able to enjoy. The server is a UK server. Ping was 180, but that shouldn't cause, like, that should cause stuttering in people. This seemed to be stuttering all around. Like, not just for other people, but for your game as well. Additionally, there's a few other things because, and the reason I'm saying this is if I go here and you look at the bottom, the stuttering actually comes through right here at the bottom in your overlay as well. So I think there is something that can't keep up. It seems to be jittering quite a lot. If you also look, you have your top donation and your most recent donation, and they both say no data. If there's no data and there's no other information in the lower bar, I would just remove it. Okay, Pulse, I think the community has told you a little bit, and at this point, you are spamming, so I thank you very much for signing up. You will not be added to the list. Instead, you can find yourself banned. That also means I quickly have to do something here. 1 second. It's really not that hard, guys. It's really not that hard. Introductions. There we go. Yeah, YouTube side, I got it. It's all good, Saknika. Spamming the same message multiple times is probably not a good idea. Just saying. And Tavo, hope you're doing well. Hope you're doing amazing. Could be resolution. Native should be 720 for non-partners. No, you can easily stream in 1080p. Heck, with the new what's it called? The new thing that they added. Enhanced broadcasting. That's what it's called. You can even stream in 4K if you want to. It's just your PC needs to be able to handle it. And they are... This is 720p. It's 1080p source, but that is fine, right? You can do that. That's no problem. Oh, I absolutely do. My mods are amazing, Keith. I am very lucky. And Spam Musubi. Spam Musubi is okay as well. Food talk again. Stop it, TD. The next thing that I would like to address is your avatar. I love what you've done with your avatar. It just seems really low resolution. I would love if instead of... Wait, let me see if I can quickly grab a screenshot. Because I think this is a... If the bar would go away, let me grab a screenshot. Because I think we could talk about this for a second. If you're going to have an avatar, if you're going to have a camera, if you're going to have anything like that, you have to give it decent space. Because people are going to want to see your reactions. So instead of having your whole body here, why not crop out the important bit, which is your face and shoulders, pretty much. Really, it's the face. And just supersize it in this corner. So we can see you. We can see what you're doing. As I said, the bottom bar doesn't really add anything. It even hides your inventory, which I wouldn't do. This up here is nice. It's minimal. It doesn't do too much, but it's a nice little extra thing. But that is what I would do. Also, if you upsize your character, you might be able to squeeze out a bit more resolution. Also, Fat Angry Gamer, hope you're doing well. I hope you're doing amazing. And that way, you can really boost your stream looks. As for the audio, this is another thing that I want you to just have a think about. Because we could very clearly hear your friend. We could very clearly hear you. You're the streamer, you get the crown. But we could almost not hear the other people in the stream. And actually, I would say that we could hear your friend better than we could hear you. And that can never happen. Your microphone level should be around the -10 to -15 dB in OBS. Your friend should be around -20 dB. Just that little bit lower. And other people should be around -20 to -25 dB. So, because you're talking to them, so we still need to be able to hear what they're saying. If you're worried about the fact that they might say something which gets you banned, you should mute them completely. Right? So pick one of the levels and stick with it. But you need to be the one that's understood best. I hope that helps. I hope that gives you a lot of small things, because all in all, your stream is really nice. A lot of small things to just look into, and hopefully using that, you'll be able to upgrade the quality of your stream. Have fun with it. You do your microphone at -5 dB and your game audio at -25. That works as well. I prefer -15 to -10, because then when I yell, or when I suddenly have a surprise, or I sneeze, it doesn't blow the ears of people, while still giving me a little bit of roof, right? A little bit of ceiling, a space before I hit that ceiling. So I have it on -10 to -15, and it seems to work for me. Then again, I also have my game around -30, so it really is up to you in that particular notion. Okay. We are going to move on. I am going to add new people to the list. Except for that one. That one needs to be deleted. New people to the list. Oh boy. Oh boy. What's the last person I added? Faystar. Okay then. And then of course we are also going to quickly do a duplicate remover. 58 people on the list. Lovely. Lovely. But before we go, let's answer some questions. Yes, Agnika, it's one of the questions. Thank you.
Silent Wolf 459 says, any tips for getting more views on TikTok? I've been trying with YT, but I get a lot less views on my shorts and I can't figure out how the algorithm works.
So TikTok is a very different platform with its own little algorithm. And I think it is one of those things where your shorts do well on TikTok, YouTube, or Instagram to start with. As you start building an audience, those numbers will go up. But one of the biggest things with differences I find between TikTok and YouTube is on YouTube, they like a story. You need to still do a short form, but the story is really important. While on TikTok, it's just deliver every 3 seconds, every 5 seconds. It is really, really rough. I even find it really rough to get decent numbers on TikTok because I am just long-winded, right? I use a lot of words. Something I need to learn.
Code Red Corey says thoughts on continuing to post YT shorts, with YT recently releasing a way to disable shorts completely from their app.
Keep posting it. Most people won't disable the shorts. Most people like the shorts. The reason they disabled shorts is because that makes them look like they care about, you know, neurodivergent people and kids. That's why they added that. And what you'll see is that a lot of parents will use it to block their children from watching shorts. But that shouldn't be your target audience anyway.
Real Keith Boaz says it's cool that you review channels and whatnot. Do you ever do one-on-one off stream?
Yes, I do. So if you want to, right, this is an extra thing that I do. If you go to my website, contentdelta.online, and you go to book a call, I actually have 3 different options where we can do a channel review, which is half an hour of me giving you a channel review very much like the one you could get for free on stream if you get spun. But on top of that, you get a 1-page written report, and it's a little more in detail on either Twitch or YouTube. There's also the channel booster, where I review all your channels, and you get a 60-minute one-on-one session to go through the findings, and I will answer specific questions. On top of that, you also get a report that is usually 4 to 5 pages with all the things that I have noticed and scores assigned to them. If you're looking for something more, I also do coaching. And the coaching is really more aimed at sort of meeting once a week, once every 2 weeks. And I try to boost you from where you are to where you want to be in 3 to 6 months, right? Depending on what's viable. So have a look at that. I can drop it in chat, I suppose, if people want to have a look at that. Click the link that will allow you to book, or you can just send a message to me as well if you want to on Discord, and we'll go from there. Thank you for letting me promo myself.
Chill
I
Gardening
usually
says
forget
talk
to do
about
that.
Meld.
Here we go. Talk about Meld. So, Meld, in my opinion, made one of the biggest snafus that you can make as a streaming company in today's streaming space. Meld made a really nice beginner-friendly streaming studio. I really like it. I think it can do a lot. I think it's easy to use. I think it doesn't add a lot of features as such, but it does make them easy to use without plugins. And then Meld made a mistake. Because Meld launched Meld Spark. A generative AI that can generate alerts, that can generate plugins, that can generate overlays directly in your stream. And while there will be a lot of people that like this sort of stuff, streamers are freaking... They're notably one of the biggest anti-generative AI communities out there. So to throw generative AI into something like this, I think is a massive, massive mistake. It's just one of those things that I think is, I don't know what to think about this. And there's a lot of people that they got into this This is Knackers, one of the creators. There's a lot of other things, a lot of other streamers that have, you know, that have reviewed this and say it's good or bad or whatsoever. I just think it's a terrible idea. And I understand they need to make money, but please, Gen AI stuff is not the way forward, especially for this sorts of prices. Ridiculous. Genuinely ridiculous. It is a streaming studio, just like OBS, Chill Gardening, with restreaming and a multi-stream chat and that sort of stuff all built in. You really like Meld's encoder view? It's really easy to understand for multi-streaming. That it is. It does not have an art AI aspect to it. Yes, it does. Literally, one of their examples is create a new starting soon screen with countdown. Boom. It makes it. That is generative AI. Which, honestly, because we don't know what the underlying technology is here, and we don't know what the training data is, I, as a creator of these things, right? I work with actual artists to create overlays. I have no idea if my overlays have been used in their training data. It is just not okay. And I think for many, many people, this will be great. But for even more people, this will be extremely, extremely terrible. And nobody will like this sort of thing. Like, even what they're showing right here is... you know what? Just no. I don't think this is good. I don't think that this is the direction that you want your streaming service to go. What can Spark build? Can build anything that runs as a browser-based overlay in your scene. Animated alerts, starting soon screen, overlays, and more. It can also apply effects to existing layers, move layers between scenes, and edit anything it creates. Oh, it uses Google Gemini. That's why it couldn't make a Pikachu. Google Gemini is very strict on that stuff. It's always code, not generated images, audio, or video. Hold on a second. Spark's output is always code, not generated images, audio, or video. Then it can't generate that poll. Or those song requests. Or this weather screen. Or the subathon. Why not? So look, for example, at the subathon one, right? Let's use the subathon one as an example. Yeah, it can't generate these emotes. it wouldn't be able to generate these emotes. Which means it can generate the subathon, but you need to add the emotes. I don't even know if it would be able to generate this font, because you'd have to edit the code for a font that exists on your PC. But these images, it needs to pull from somewhere. Similarly, I don't think you can generate this candy cane outline just in HTML. Aren't those the general emotes available in the OS? Doesn't mean you have the rights to use them, and maybe they're not. Similarly, let me just... Where does it grab the thumbnail here? That it needs to grab from YouTube, so you might have the ability to use YouTube's API. It can't generate this because it can't use the Apple logo. Similar with this one. The other one that I was talking about. Oh, it needs to loop again. But there's just things they're claiming that it clearly can't do. A lot of it is like, if it cannot generate images or audio or video, you either need to have some way to integrate that yourself, or yeah, you need to have some way to integrate that yourself. I don't think it can build the things that are here. At least not all of them. Because that would be very interesting. Wait, what was the output? HTML, CSS, and JavaScript. Okay, you might be able to do it with CSS, yeah. But still. You could ask to place the images, like the GG, in a folder and grab it from there. That you could. But the thing is, then you need to point it to a folder. And I just, in general, do not think that everything they show here is correct. It actually can do all this, but Corey, how does it do the images? How does it make this spider web? If it doesn't generate images, how does it do that? That's my question. Look, the bubbles here at the start are animated. Those are moving. That's not something you can do with HTML and CSS, as far as I know. If we have an HTML or CSS expert here, please speak up, because I am not. But as far as I know, CSS is not great for animation. Hey, Sharky, how are you doing? I hope you're doing well. You can definitely not make the images in CSS. Yeah, HTML definitely can't do keyframe animation either. I find this really, really difficult. Because on the one hand, I want to give him credit for doing something new, but Gen AI is just, no. Sorry. Can Spark access my mic? Spark cannot read your file system, access your microphone, camera feed, or system audio. The only files it ever sees are ones you deliberately drag into Spark chat itself. So you'd need to drag in those 4 emotes yourself. Very interesting. Yeah, but it says it doesn't generate audio or video. No images, audio, or video. Can Spark replicate or steal a commissioned artist work? No, because Spark writes code rather than generating images. It cannot reproduce, extract, or replicate artwork. You were able to make it make sounds every time you upped a counter, which it said is it can't, right? Okay, so I'm just going to say. Even if this is all possible, we are still using generative AI to do things which we don't understand. So if something breaks, there's no way you can fix it. It uses code generated by other people that's not been ethically sourced. All in all, for $20 or $60 a month, I would say no. Like, this is genuinely a reason for me to not consider Meld at all. Sorry. Normally, I am quite forgiving with these things, but with AI, I am very, very unforgiving. You need to be... I don't need my own stream. Why did I open that? You need to be in a very specific space for that to work. Thing is, Regen, I don't want to partake in that. Like, I just don't want to partake in the AI stuff because of this. Also, Fathom, you think it's saying it can't generate, but it might be able to pull the animations, photos, or elements from Google's database. Generating and using might be the difference. Oh, that is a good point, Fathom. And then the question becomes, are these ethically sourced? It's... I don't know. I just don't... I'm actually curious if I should give it a try. Of course, it will be the free version, so we won't be able to access much. And then just not use anything of it. Because I don't think it should be used. For research purposes, we might be able to make a stream out of it. Hey, Armed and Irish, how you doing? Hope you're doing well. I hope you're doing absolutely amazing. I think it's a really bad take on their part because they're essentially saying, screw these hardworking people making custom art for people. They're kind of eliminating jobs, essentially. I think it's cool and worth a try, but that seems to be more the issue in the streaming community. In general, like, and this is what I said at the start, right? Let's ignore what is possible with Meld Spark. Let me just open it again, right? Let's ignore what is possible with Meld Spark. They released this into a community that is well known to be anti-AI in general. I think this is a mistake. Also, they have a gallery of pixel art avatars, chat, a Tetris Be Right Back screen where you can play Tetris as the chat. Oh. I'm sorry. Literally Pokemon. It's literally Pokemon. And you can just ask it to only use Gen 1 Pokemon. Oh. Yeah, I don't think, right, that the Pokemon Company and Nintendo are going to be very happy with this. Genuinely, I don't think they're going to be very happy with this. I find this so difficult. On the plus side, the mouse is going public domain before long. Which mouse? If you mean Mickey Mouse, then yeah, it already has in the early iterations. That is just stream avatars, correct? Which means, by the way, that this has probably been trained on stream avatars. Hey Jay, how you doing? Hope you're doing well. Hey Mr. Vincent, hope you're doing well as well. What is the site? This is Meld Studio. This is Meld's website. Yeah, no, horizontal chat. Like, what has this been trained on, right? I don't know, man. I don't know. I genuinely don't know how to feel about this. I just think it's a terrible idea. It's a terrible idea. We all know it. Think it's worth checking out just to understand how it works and be aware of things. Yeah, I might give that a try. We might make a stream out of it. What is the purpose of the site? That is Meld Spark, a way for you to AI generate overlays in your Meld Studio directly. It is their first paid feature. Okay. Are there more questions? Something a little more highlighted.
Yubmind says, is it useful to put PC spec in the panels on Twitch?
Not really. And if you do, make sure that they're all Amazon links. For the rest, nah. Better to be educated when criticizing after all. That's right, Keith. It's hard with AI because, like, don't get me wrong. I believe there are currently 2 different forms of LLMs on the market. There are analytic LLMs and there are generative LLMs. And what the difference is, I will explain right after this bio break, since there are ads now anyway. One moment. And we're back. There we go. So, hope you're all doing well. As I was saying, for me, there are two different kinds of LLMs that you can use right now. On the one hand, there are analytic LLMs. On the other hand, there are generative LLMs. Hey, Jay, welcome in YouTube. So, analytic LLMs will take in something that you have done, like you have written, and they will be able to analyze it. They will be able to summarize it. They will be able to look at it and actually give you a better understanding. And then they are able to give you pointers to make you better, right? That is the idea of an analytic LLM. So something that can be used really well for this purpose is something like Claude or ChatGPT. Generative LLMs will take a description and create something out of it. And this something is often something that you would not be able to create in yourself. And then they do nothing. That's it. They take your prompt in and they generate an output, and you can use that output. This does not teach you anything. This does nothing for you. It is a crutch that doesn't allow you to actually learn or become better at what you're doing. This is a teaching mechanism, which, you know what? Half point. You can use it for that. Just don't then go implement the improvements right away. Learn from them. Make them yourself. That is for me the big difference. And I think it's okay to take one of those options and reject the other. In this case, the generative one. Hate it. Hate it. Yeah, I've seen that, Damien. I'm a big fan of vidIQ as a plugin. I'm not a big fan of, like, automating the whole pipeline. You just go, oh, this is a well-performing video. Can you make exactly the same for me, please? That's ridiculous. Again, generative model.
Claudia TV says, what app is best for transforming live sessions into shorts, reels, maybe one that is free, or does not cost a little? I want to reduce my workload.
So if you want to have something that analyzes your VOD and generates clips based on the VOD, that is never going to be completely free. It is always going to be some sort of paid feature because that sort of stuff costs a lot of money. Now, the one that I use for these things is called Nexus Clips. Nexus Clips is a fantastic thing that you can use exactly for this. It also takes your clip, puts it into vertical mode, and generates subtitles, among other things. However, what for me is the main benefit for something like Nexus Clips is to find clips that I missed during my stream and then use those to make or edit the stuff locally in DaVinci Resolve. This is a perfect example of analytic AI. However, I will say I am sponsored by Nexus Clips. If you want to use this, please do your due diligence and make sure that you check what works for you. There is also a free trial that you can use to test out some clips and see if it is the right thing for you. I am checking right now. Frosty. Let me see. Hoping that Affinity brings out a video editing effect suite. That would be great. That I would actually be super excited for. Although DaVinci Resolve is free, right? Which for me is everything that... I mean, I have the paid version, but DaVinci Resolve is fantastic. It is free. It is good. It literally... You can see this if you go to their website. It literally is used in the movie industry. All these movies that you see are edited, at least in part, in DaVinci Resolve. And there are loads of them. And they update this regularly as well. And it's great. For gaming, is Nexus still okay? You've read both ways. I mean, I think it is. I think it works. Especially because gaming is fairly regular. DaVinci, couldn't remember the name, but yeah, it's a great editor if you can't afford the fees for Adobe. Avoid Adobe at all costs. If you're already in the Adobe ecosystem, I apologize. You're gonna live with this forever now. If you are not used to any editing software, do not use Adobe. Just go DaVinci. It's free. Do it. It's not that hard. Eras, thank you so much for the resub. You absolute legend. How are you doing? Hope you're doing well. Hope you're doing absolutely amazing. DaVinci is great, but it misses subtitles, so the paid version does have that. Jay. It's $300 for permanent ownership. But yes, there are also some plugins that you can get for DaVinci, but I don't know if the free version allows plugins. You'd have to check. I just know that generating subtitles is definitely something it misses. But then I would say that that is also a sort of premium feature. I'm doing well, Eras. Very, very well. CapCut is also great. I know that some people use Kden Live. Never used that before. Definitely give that a check out if you want to. There's a lot of people that love CapCut. I'm not a big fan. I tried it, but I was already used to DaVinci. And at that point, it's like, you know what? This is just not nice. Ah, very nice, Eras. Very, very nice. Let me see. I have a few more questions, so let's go through them.
Wolfric Snowwolf says, what are the average things to put on about panels? Such as about me and stuff like that.
I mean, the best way to learn this is to look at other about me panels and see what works for you. Things that people usually put on there is things like favorite food, favorite games, sports teams that they support. They usually put on stuff like if you can and if you want to, what kind of job you do, and all that sort of stuff, right? Just very general information. Iona, you've just missed the whole conversation about Meld Studio. The community is trying to talk me into actually trying it out on stream and then reporting if it's good or not. It will not be good. Fish, you absolute legend. Thank you for the resub. Hope you're doing well. Hope you're doing absolutely amazing. Hope you're having a wonderful day. For your shorts, you edit in DaVinci and automatically create subtitles in Canva. That's really, really interesting. That's not a workflow that I've heard of before. I'm really, really good. Starving, but really, really good. It is 8 p.m. 8:15 p.m. I still haven't eaten because I was late. You just don't get it at all. I had a look at it and it can it says it can't. Look, okay, I'm just I'm just gonna put one thing up, right? And this is my major gripe. I want to hear your super hot take, by the way. And then there's one of the major gripes. Look. It says it can build animated alerts, streaming soon screens, overlays, and more, and can't generate images, audio, or video. However, in their gallery, they have a Pokemon avatar widget. Which is clearly having some issues regarding copyright right there. Everything you've seen, every overlay, alert, chat controlled thing, it just screams small streamer energy. You will never see larger streamers use any of this. Not the chat, no. Horizontal chat, maybe. Depending on your definition of large, right? If you say 100 average viewers, yeah, they will probably use this. The flip clock timer, they will use it. It will definitely not help you grow. None of this will help you grow. In the slightest. People might like it, but it won't help you grow. A lot of these also look suspiciously like a specific other website that offers something very, very similar. You're completely right, Iona. Completely correct. Y2K chat overview. What is Y2K about this? Anyway. I think there are a few things in here that are quite cool. I think, you know, stuff that if you build it yourself, that is quite cool. It's just... Yeah, no. I'm not going back into this. I'm not doing it. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna spin the wheel before we go back into this. Just gonna do that right now, because otherwise things are gonna go wrong. Hey, Kerr, how you doing? Hope you're doing well. Hope you're doing amazing. Max Let's Plays. Let's actually do a review. The third review of the evening. You're not in the list? You are in the list. Hey, Fit Checker, how you doing? Claudia, you are. I can see you right there. Right there. I have been super busy, but I am super well. Max, are you currently streaming? You are not. Very good. And you use Stream Beats for your... That's not Stream Beats. Hush. Hello? There we go. I have not, Fit Checker. I have not. Let's see what we have here. Hey, Bazooka! How are you doing? Hope you're doing well. Hope you're doing amazing. Hope you're having a good day. We have here Max Let's Plays. Plays Windrose, Hightail, and 7 Days to Die. So sort of building survival games. Kinda cool. I like that. That's not a problem. I like the dark red. You have a nice banner that feels slightly AI generated. I will say that. But, you know, let's leave that aside. What I will say is this logo gives sort of the automatic gamer vibe, right? It has the 2018, 2019 vibe for streamers. And what I notice is that the name on the logo is not the same as of your stream. It has been a while. It's good to see you too. How are you doing? Hope you've been hope you've been well. Hope you've been amazing. Fit checker, you got into law school. Legally checking fits every day now. Congratulations. You absolute legend. Very, very nice. One of the things that I will say is if you look at the avatar, that is really hard. Really, really hard to identify. I would like to see the horned beast, just the face. Not the name, not the logo, not the shield, just the face. To make it really recognizable. Hey, Plenty, how are you doing? Hope you're doing well. Hope you're doing amazing. For the rest, you know, the front page looks quite good. I think this is fine. Let's go have a look at the rest of your stream. About Max. Max, 42. Don't forget to bring a towel. German. More German. Coffee. I understand the word coffee. That's as far as I go, but I understand the word coffee. And there is a business email. Very nice. That's what we like to see. So, what do we have for the rest? I dig it. I dig it. I understand the panel choice. Sort of Doom style. Quite like that. What I don't understand is these two are the odd ones out. I am not entirely sure about that. For the rest, it is very small. I mean, I am zoomed in 125%. I cannot read any of this. I cannot read any of this. Which, you know, that is... I would say that is something to consider. Yet Insta panel with a lion. The rest... Here. What is this? Telonym. Is that the about me, but again? I am not sure. If anybody in chat is German or speaks German and can tell me what a telonym is, that'd be great. Yeah, they're all... The text is all a bit small, which makes it really hard to read and also makes it that people will often just go, oh, never mind, and go straight back up. That is just not something that I would personally do. Make the text breathe more. Give it more space. And at that point, you are able to actually read what's going on. I will also say, and this is just a personal thing, capitalize your words. I think it's a website that lets you send anonymous feedback. Ah. Okay, that I understand. I love that Collectonian and Iona just both went, and people with screen readers can't read it. Which I am also guilty. What did I just click? Don't do that. Which I'm also guilty of. I have my text in PNGs as well. Could you now do an alt text on Twitch, by the way? I should probably check that quickly. I thought you could. Accessible image description. Yes. You can do that in your panels now, which I probably should. You hate yours because you chose not to use capital letters as a branding choice? Oh, Kitabyte. No, you can. Yeah, you can. I just checked. Wait. Let me just... Because I can only do this with my own. Yeah. What? Content... Twitch... channel... Scroll down. I don't need to see my own stream. Yeah, so you can now do accessible image descriptions. So you can actually do that. It might be very new, but it is definitely something that exists. It is definitely new. But you can do that now, which is good. For the rest, I mean, not entirely sure what Tox Dream is and whatever this is. That looks very AI generated, and this might be some sort of game group. It's fair if you want that. That's not a problem. I would say don't put that at the top. Put your own stuff at the top. TikTok, Discord, YouTube. That needs to be at the top. You have a lot you need to update in your panels. You know what, Iona? You are not the only one. I have had... If you look in my panels, there is an empty one with specs. That one has been empty for... I think almost a year now. Panels is something that a lot of streamers do forget. But for the rest, I mean, it looks kind of good. It at least looks coherent. I don't see any schedule, so let's have a look at that. You are supposed to stream every Friday, Saturday, Sunday. No, wait, what? Saturday and Sunday with occasional Friday streams. You didn't stream last week. Didn't stream the week before that. Didn't stream the week before that. Your last stream was March 8th. Do you still have VODs? You do. Good. Start streaming. I don't have anything to say about your schedule because there is none. Start streaming again. You signed up in April. Right? This list is March, April. You must have signed up in March, April. Start streaming again. Actually do the thing. It is so important. Let's have a look at your stream, though. By the way, if anybody wonders, this is exactly why I reset the list every month. So we don't review people that have stopped streaming. Which clearly this one slipped through. We are going to go to the middle, somewhere random, and if there's music, I'm immediately going to turn it off. There is no music. Very good. Let's have a look-see.
Da müssen wir noch dran arbeiten.
Okay. That's clearly not working yet. I would assume that he's trying to build inside. Let's do a little skip here. Not to the be right back screen.
Das hatte ich noch gar nicht gesehen. So, kann ich davon jetzt...
You're distracted by the logo spinning at the top. Understandable.
Kiste.
Okay, so a few things to talk about that I think are really important. First off, Sagnika already mentioned it. You're leaning out of your camera. If you're gonna have your camera be this zoomed in on your face, you have to make sure that you are in the center of it. Right? You can't be hanging off to the side, off to the side, halfway out the screen, because at that point, who's gonna watch? Right? Nobody's gonna... I don't know what it's focusing on. It's not my face. That's for sure. But yeah, that is something you want to avoid. Secondly, when you are playing the game, what I'm noticing is you are struggling to make conversation. It is the first rule of streaming. A, B, C. Always be chatting. You need to be talking about the game, talking to your audience at all times. That is the only thing. Like, at the moment, you were playing the demo of Windrose. But if we look here, all these people, they are all playing Windrose because it's just released. And the problem is that all these people are in competition with you. There's only two things that are really special about a stream. It's the game and it's you. So if you're not doing what you should be doing, which is entertaining your community and talking and having the game be the backdrop for that, then you are not going to find a lot of people that are going to join you on your stream, because they're going to get the same or better on another stream. And that is super important to realize. Hey, it's Sinister. I didn't realize he was playing this. Hi, Sinister. Typical. Typical. So that is one of the main things that I would give you. Also, up here, we have the exact same problem as with your panels. You have this spinny bar up here, which shows some names and I think donations and follows, but the names are so small, we can't read it. Right? We are looking, and this is a fairly big screen. If you're looking on mobile, this means nothing to you. Just either make it bigger, show more of the name, or remove it. And I actually would vote for the removing part of things. That is my personal opinion here. Otherwise, it's just not going to add much to the stream for anyone. That was a bit of a shorter review, but those happen from time to time as well. You are correct, Sagnika. They do make your short form content look terrible. It is something to avoid. Before we spin the next one, though, let's do some questions. And let's make sure that everybody is on the list.
Regan Gaming 2018 says, I can understand that AI can take away from creators who do it for a living, but as someone who can't afford all the fancy things, AI can help with that. So other can be on the same level. So is it just the fact the AI is taking things away from creator, or is there a deeper problem people have with AI?
There is a deeper problem that I have with AI, personally. As somebody who has streamed, who works in cryptography, who works with this on pretty much a daily basis, there is for me a big problem with AI. And the big problem that I have with AI is the fact that the training data, the underlying stuff that they used to make the AI work, that stuff is often completely and utterly stolen, right? There is no way they fairly paid the copyright owners of any of this, because you need millions, if not billions, of data points to be able to make a good LLM. At which point, what is this actually going to do? For you specifically. And that is the question you're gonna have to ask yourself. Are you okay with people stealing stealing art, stealing books to train such an LLM? If not, if you're not okay with that, don't use AI. If you are okay with that, think about it. If your YouTube videos or streams and likeness would be stolen to create another channel that does exactly the same thing, except slightly reworded, would you be okay with that? Because that's what's happening to artists all over the world. Writers all over the world. And it's literally you saying, I'm okay with theft. I'm okay with content content copyright violations. That's it. That's it. Custom overlays are so overrated. They are. They are. I understand wanting to make your stream look good, and I've spent many an hour designing them. But in general, they are fairly overrated. For me, that is just the massive thing. The fact that they use so much.
Loki_Ian101 says, what MMORPG do you recommend I can play to replace Call of Duty on streams?
Ian, I've already answered this question. If you're not in the Discord yet, I can highly recommend you join the Discord. Because if you look in the Discord, there's actually a channel called Answer TTS, where you can go and find the question that you asked earlier. Let's see if I can find it. There we are. There's your question. And if you click this link, it will open the VOD exactly at the second that I answered it, that I pressed the button. So you can then absolutely figure out what I've been saying and what my answer was. Also, if you're not in the Discord and want to join, !Discord. That's the way to do it. Less is more when it comes to screen viewers, to the screen viewer see. Yeah, it's actually something that I've been considering here, because I always have the TTS box, right? Because I want you guys to be able to see this. But actually, I could make it disappear from time to time if we're doing something makes it easier for me to do shorts. But I've already set that up in vertical. Hello. So that the box doesn't show. It only shows on the horizontal stream. So these are things you have to consider when you're making content. But on that point, what's your take on people using Channel 2 to use copyrighted music on stream? I mean, my opinion is that's not how to use it. I'm gonna be completely honest with you guys. I am really quite anal about these things. I don't like the fact that LLMs can use this sort of stuff freely. I don't like the fact that people use copyrighted music on stream and then just hide it with the VOD channel. Also because that doesn't actually work. Hey, witchy lady. I'm also against I'm going to say 95% of React content. Because 95% of React content is just a little dude in the corner watching a whole freaking movie and going, haha, oh, that's cool. Oh, didn't see that coming. Which isn't content. That's copyright infringement you've monetized. That's not what fair use is. That is not what fair dealings is. Depending on if you're in the US or the UK. It requires you to make transformational content. If you just have a video playing with yourself in the corner making sounds, that's not reaction content. Reaction content is if you take a film, a piece of music, an album, anything like that, and you use that, show a clip, then you show yourself and you talk about it, you analyze it. Then you show another clip as proof of what you've just been talking about, maybe a few. Then you discuss the contents of each of these clips, and then it's again mostly you analyzing. That is reaction content. That is fair dealings. That is fair use. This is not. Everything wrong with is one of those. Yes, Collectonian. Yeah, 100%. And there's I think everything wrong with is one that does this. And there's a few others that do this with movie reviews and that sort of stuff. Let me see. You know of people that pirate games and you see our music on stream but have a strong stance about AI images. Out of those three, AI is the lesser evil, and the only maybe it use CR, maybe it use copyrighted. The others are 100%. For AI stuff on the copyrighted materials, yes. On generally the environmental impacts, the by now proven impacts on education, the proven impacts on people's ability to develop skills and learn, absolutely not. There are so many things wrong with using LLMs the way that we do this. And yeah, I am very open about this. I am very strong about this. If you like reaction content, and it's this sort of reaction content, be my guest. If it's just somebody watching movies and going, oh, that's cool, or talking over it while watching a whole movie of like 2.5 hours, that is not it. As someone who tried AI for programming, makes you worse over time because you're outsourcing the thought. Yeah. See you soon, Coco. Go do your thing. Thank you very much for being here. Hope to see you again on Friday. Yeah, no, I agree. I agree, Jinx. Like, we can talk, and the thing is, and that's one of the things, by the way, just a compliment to you all. I love that we can talk about AI, discuss the copyright aspect, and not consider the rest. We can talk about things in isolated environments and actually consider these discussions from a much higher level than you can see in many other communities. I love that we have the mental capacity for that as a community. Fridge Raider, how are you doing? Hope you're doing well. I hope you're doing absolutely amazing. Let's do the last question, and then we'll do a wheel spin.
0T4Q5T4R_gaming says what about the laugh tracks, MST3K format?
I don't know what this means. Like, if you want to use laugh tracks in your content, absolutely fine. Absolutely great. But don't use it as the only thing in your content. Right? That's not content. That's taking somebody else's content and putting a laugh track over it. That's not transformational. The key word in both, the only keyword that both fair use and fair dealings share is the word transformational. And the UK is much harsher on this than the US, but transformational is really important. Cancer screening is a very cool use of AI. In general, things like image, how do I say this? Image analysis is a really cool idea. Being able to, as you say, cancer screening, but also search and rescue. There are certain military uses with like environment detection, detecting diseases on trees and plants. That sort of stuff is fan-freaking-tastic. But again, we're talking about analytical AI here. Not generative AI. Mystery Science Theater 3000 and laugh tracks were shows or content where people would talk over or riff on older bad movies. And if they do that in this form, where they show a clip, then say something, then clip, talk about the clips, in this way, that's good content. This, where it's a full movie, then no. In my opinion. It's not even with streamed, right? It's also with video. So there's a... If you want to see a really cool use of fair use or fair dealings, there's this group of editors that use a lot of fair use and fair dealings on YouTube, where they look at special effects in movies and they discuss how they must have been done or how they would do them as special effect. And I think that is really cool. They show the clip, the special effect, multiple times, and they analyze it, highlight certain things, show how it must have been done or how they might do things, talk about it. That's amazing. That's a good use, because now they're not just showing the movie, they're dissecting special effects, which is transformational. Which, by the way, as a slight side note, makes covers of songs one of the biggest legal issues that you might think of. Because if you take a song and you redo the whole music, like you re-record it, different style, same lyrics, can you monetize that as a band? Well, technically it is transformational, but also you're using monetized source material to generate your cover. Which is why, if you look in the music industry, a lot of people just go, hey, we want to buy the rights for a cover. Great, super. Now we can commercialize it. They just buy it anyway, or they ask for permission. Weird Al Yankovic has made many, many songs which could be considered transformational and parody, which, by the way, is also a protected phrase. And he could have monetized them. He still asks for permission with most of his songs. All of his songs. Hey, Oleg, how are you doing? Hope you're doing well. Hope you're doing absolutely amazing. It's good to see you. It's good to see you. It's just, yeah, these are the sort of things which I think about a lot as a creator. I do see Max has not been removed, so let's quickly remove Max, because Max has been reviewed. And let's spin the wheel again. Oh, so close. Ravinna, we are gonna have a look at your Twitch. You are not currently live. That is great news. The wheel picks the next person that I will review. Let's see. Ravinna, what are you asking about? You're struggling with growing your viewers while alive. Okay. I will say right from the get-go, growing your viewers while live is super, super hard. That is not what live streaming is for, essentially. So just keep that in mind as we go through this. We'll talk more about it in a bit. Hey, old wizard, how are you doing? Hope you're doing well. Hope you're doing amazing. Let me see. The entire conversation is actually absolutely fascinating to me. Curious, where would practicing musical instrument like piano fall on the music issue? So, if you are practicing in your own home without trying to commercialize it, that is not fair use or fair dealings. Those only count for commercialized uses. However, if we look into the letter of the law, you can probably... No, in your private residence, you are allowed to use that music. So you can use it for practice, for training, for all these sorts of things. But the moment you commercialize it, that's where it changes. That is also, by the way, for old people and people that can remember this. You remember when you got yourself a DVD or a VHS of a movie, and you use that to watch it on your TV and everything is fine. And sometimes it would explicitly say that it's for private use only. Specifically for private use, not to be used in football clubs, cinemas, anything like that. After school, all that sort of stuff. Because those are different rights. Just because you can use it in your private home doesn't mean you can use it in a football club or in a school. Because that is commercial usage. Witchy Lady, thank you so much for the follow, you absolute legend, over on Twitch as well. Much appreciated, much appreciated. Let's have a look at Ravinna, though. The way you say movie is like Austin Powers, and I'm here for it. To be honest, normally I call it a film. Because British wife. What do you play? You play a very wide range of games. I see House Flipper. I see Amanda the Adventurer. Star Sand Island. Retro Rewind. Hercule Poirot. Tomodachi Life. That is a wide variety of games. A very wide variety of games. Also, Nerdy Northerner, fantastic content creator. Absolutely amazing. I would consider the games that you are playing on stream. And I would specifically consider the audience you are trying to attract, because I think something like Retro Rewind, Hercule Poirot, and Tomodachi Life are going to get very different audiences. That being said, I am very curious to see what your content is going to be like. Sleuthing Sunday with puzzle games once a month. Okay. And for the rest, so Retro Rewind I watched, and that is a simulation game which has some really funny adult themes. I don't know what may or may not is. And then Tomodachi Life is more of a, it's more of a, what you call that? Like a cozy game, I think it is, right? So I don't exactly know how those sort of fit together, but maybe I'll get a better idea when we look at the rest of your stream. I do like your overlay. Your avatar is very, very well recognizable, which is really, really good. I like the purple coming back. I like what you've done here. It has sort of a midnight colors, which is great, right? I think those look great. Your overlay itself seems to be more day-centered, which may cause for a slight disjointness between your branding, but that is not something that is extreme, to be honest. I'm Ravinna. I'm chaotically cozy streamer that enjoys lots of coffee. So grab a hot beverage, take a seat, and join in the shenanigans with an email. We like it. It's good. It's great. That's what we like to see. For your panels, it is a bit of a mess. Is this better in 4 columns? Not really. So you have your own panels, of which some are full on text. The About Me is really quite hard to read. I don't know if this is optimized for 3, 4, or 5 bars, to be honest. I like your rules. That's absolutely fine. Your schedule's right here. Monday to Friday, 6:30 p.m. CST, with Thursdays being TikTok. I would write this out because it is really hard to parse as a new viewer. Then you have your wish list, but the thing I'm worried, or the thing that has me worried, is the mix of things, right? We have your own panels here with text. Then we have Advanced GG, Loaded, the Women's Guild, congrats by the way, the Hightail Animo. There's a lot of different things that I don't think fit very well together and definitely don't look great like this. What I can recommend is taking one, either going 3, 4, or 5 columns, and in 4 those columns, I would choose 3 that are your own panels and 1 that is just all your promos, all the different extensions that you use, all that sort of stuff. Because otherwise it feels very messy. Go for it, Eras. Thank you for being here. And Hexaroid, how are you doing? Hope you're doing well. Hope you're doing amazing. That being said, I do like your design. It's minimalistic, it looks good, and I think it has sort of it has an elegant nature to it. Lightwraith, thank you so much for the raid, you absolute legend. How are you doing? Hope you're doing well. Hope you're doing amazing. How was your stream? Tell me all about it. What were you playing? Welcome in, Raiders. If you don't know who I am, my name is Barry Epps. I'm grabbing a drink. I run the YouTube channel Content Delta. I run the channel under the same names over on TikTok and over on Twitch, as you guys might be able to see. I try to help other streamers grow their stream. I talk a lot about content creating. I talk a lot about the creator business. And if you guys enjoyed here, please do stick around. We are currently doing stream reviews. And we are reviewing RavynnaSkye at the moment. But seeing that there is a ad break, I am going to be right back. I quickly need to very much cough at the moment. And we're back. There we go. So, let's have a look at your schedule. Monday to Friday, right? Oh, set your schedule here. You can very easily do this in the Twitch back office. Please make sure to set your schedule right here. Hi, Frosty. Are you bringing me a snack? Thank you. Thank you very much. You had a migraine last week and missed today? That's all fine. Yeah, but just define it here. Hey, Chaos Queen Bee. Yeah, I'm having a great day, to be honest. So you were playing Tomodachi Life recently. Then you have... Sorry. Oh, that is CST. What? That's the middle of the night for me. 1:30 a.m. Okay. So here you start at 2, you start at 1:30-ish, you start at 1:30-ish. Yeah, that seems all good. Then you have a special Sunday stream right there. Hey, Accidental Ace, how are you doing? Hope you're doing well. Hope you're doing absolutely amazing. Week before that, we see 1:30, quarter to 2. That's fine. Yeah, I would say your schedule's pretty spot on. You're doing very, very well. Try and really go live the same time every single time. Thank you very much, Ace. Hope you're doing well. Hope you're doing amazing. And thank you for the follow. I think this looks really good. Yeah. All in all, very good. Light Wraith, you were doing some more Final Fantasy XIV goofy quests. That's lovely. That's lovely. I hope you had a wonderful, wonderful time. Thank you again so much for the raid. Much appreciated. Guys, we're gonna have a look at the stream itself. I need to pick one, so I'm gonna pick this one. And then we are gonna jump to a random moment. And while you guys, and I also, listen, I will be right back. Because I have a sandwich, and I'm super hungry. So I'm gonna devour that while we listen to Ravenna around here. Seems like a good point.
Are suddenly like... Do I need to check every day to see if they're out there? Could you imagine if this was co-op, but people ran the other stores? Like you had someone who ran the bowling alley and someone who ran like the cafe and the bar. That'd be fun. Okay. Dibs on bowling. Okay, we didn't have to pay him. That's good. I mean, he wasn't here, so that's just fair. All right. We should have enough the next day to purchase the expansion. Do you feel better? She's so lovely. I swear, if he... Like, they should just, if they're gonna be sick, they should just let them call out rather than having them walk all the way in the store. Nope, hands are full. Okay. That's a regular horror. That's a fantasy. You are new.
Okay, I would say, having observed that, I feel like you are doing pretty well. You're already doing a lot of sort of the conversations, which is very, very good. You're already discussing what you're doing. You're talking about the game, things you like, things you don't like. You're making jokes. All of those things are very, very good. What I don't fully seem to follow, and this may just be me, is why you are struggling with the question that you asked me, which is how to get more viewers on stream. Because you're definitely gaining a fair amount of followers. That's sort of slowly building. Let me see. They'll come in and then leave or not return. And when you say they come in, like, if they join and they actively talk for a fair amount of time, then usually the reason they don't come back is one of two things. One, they forgot you existed, as harsh as that sounds, aka they didn't click that follow button, so they don't know when you're going to be live again. Or the next time you are streaming, you are playing a game that no longer aligns with what they want to watch. And that is what I was talking about before. If you play a wide variety of games, and this is just one of those things, right? If you play a wide variety of games, you play Jesus, my mouse is slowly dying, don't worry about it. If you play like the video rental game. Hello? I'm gonna pause the stream because that started playing. So you play the video game, the video store game. Then you play Tomodachi. Is it Tomodachi or Tamagotchi Life? I can't remember. I think it's Tomodachi. And you play something else again. I'm just gonna say Hercule Poirot because that's the one I remember. The problem that you're gonna run into is not everybody is gonna like all three of these games. In fact, only this little overlap is gonna like all three of those games. These are significantly different genres that you're working in, right? So the problem that you're dealing with at that point is people that like you playing the video thing or Tomodachi Life, they will want to come back and watch you play Tomodachi Life or another cozy-ish game, which they also like. And by taking the games that do have taking your games in the same niche, what you're actually doing is you're saying, oh, the overlap between the games that you play is going to be a lot bigger. Now, if you would play cozy games like Animal Crossing, just as an example, Stardew Valley and Tomodachi Life or Pokopia, anything, what you get is that a lot more people are likely to like all three of these games. And that is why niching down works, because this is exactly what will get people to come back for every... Ah! Fuck! Why are you suddenly next to me? And my stream crashed. You okay? So, yeah. Frosty just scared me shitless. So much so, it almost crashed my stream. Holy shit. Whew. Sorry, I had to quickly go give Frosty a hug, because apparently my scream scared her too. Which was totally unintentional. I just suddenly, as I was talking, I looked to the right, and suddenly my wife is standing there. Yeah, always give Frosty hugs, Ali. You're completely right. Completely right. Hey, Tactically Inserted, how you doing? Thank you very much for the kind words. I will keep doing what I'm doing. Absolutely, absolutely. But the reason Frosty did that is because she was so nice to bring me a cup of soup, so I get a little more food in me. Hey, Liz, how are you doing? Hope you're doing well. Hope you're doing fantastic.